Hey, Mr. Thinker, welcome. How are you doing, my friend? Pascal for beautiful, nice, fun, and smart people, but thinker, teacher, popper. That's exactly what we are expecting, my friend. How are you doing today? Hmm. How's everything? Hey, Mr. Nikush. All right, I'm going to call Nikush. And Nikush is beautiful too, yes. He thinks he is. Hello? Hello? Hmm.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm speaking with
Okay, okay.
the guy, the legend, the man of the hour, Mr. Nikush.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, we're going to do. I mean, there was something that I need to ask you, Thinker. I forgot what it is. What did you say, Nikush, that you want Thinker opinion? Oh, I
I wanted
remember, I remember
Thinker's
about
opinion
compositions. Yeah, sure. Do
about
you?
about studies that if they are any important or they're pretty much useless. Because Pia
My
thinks they're useless.
Yes, if you want to join the audio, you can, Mr. Thinker, of course. I mean,
So
because
maybe
I don't have your Discord. Do you have your Thinker Discord, Nikush?
I mean I don't have him, but I can add him. Let me see.
Yeah, I can also add him. I just asked if you had it so you could do it faster.
I mean I know yeah, I got him here. Let me
Okay, put him in the call. Please add me, of course. Because I said something yesterday and everyone was throwing rocks on me. I say like some studies, some like compositions in chess gives you nothing. You're just going to spend your time there calculating, and then you're going to never use that knowledge again. Okay? Maybe it's a little bit radical. But my point is, if you get to study some games, for example, Capablanca games, Aljoheim games, or even Kasparov games, Anand games, like more modern games, Petrosian games, you're going to get into positions that you need to stop, calculate, try to think, and I think they are much more useful. That's my point, Thinker. And I say that, and Nico's like, I wish Thinker was here. I was like, I wish Thinker was here too. Hey, Pancakes, welcome. How are you doing today, my friend?
I can't add Thinker. Hold up. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. Give me Thinker Discord. I'm more than happy to discuss that. Okay, great. Tem jogo pra você.
He's
Okay.
he's just Thinker Teacher on Discord.
Just Thinker Teacher.
The,
Okay, that's
yeah, the
let
same handle.
me.
Yeah.
Uh. Wait. Okay, I send a friend device. Friend request. How are you doing, Mr. Pancakes? Tem um jogo pra mim. Tá, só aguenta um cadinho, porque... Okay, Thinker's here. Okay, let me just add him here. Alright. Hello! Welcome, Mr. Thinker.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can, loud
Can
and
you hear me,
clear.
everybody?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes,
Nikos
sir.
included?
Yes.
Yes.
Nikos, can you say
Unfortunately.
something?
I'm saying. Hello.
Okay, excellent. Because I wanted to know if you can hear me. Excellent. And now
Nikos, if you can have the opportunity to increase your volume a little bit, because you are
Yes.
a little bit way
I can because I
than
have
us.
it on 200% and I can make it louder, unfortunately.
Aha, got it. Okay. Because I guess it's a little bit
Yeah, I
a little
know,
bit
it's
harder
really-
for the audience to listen to you. But it's okay. If you cannot do it, it's okay. I am just how to say it. First of all, there are different type of practice related to the specific goals and specific period of your chess career, so to speak. Therefore, if you are the professional player, solving studies is absolutely a must-have. If you do not do it, you will not develop your potential optimally. But mostly, whenever we are talking about the studies that are extremely hard, they are super difficult, it's not the point to solve them. It's the point to try to break your limitations, and try to see if you can generate new ideas. That's the point. But it's not about solving the puzzles, something like making all of the correct solutions, but rather to try to see if you can break your old habits. Something like, oh, I can do it because mostly it is done like that. In a studies, it's something like a super exceptions one by one. In most practical games, you rely on the patterns, on the rules, on the general structures, and you apply it most of the time. But in studies, I mean the studies, not practical ones, because in a moment I'll tell about the practical studies. Therefore, it's not like that at the moment, okay? In the studies, you need to see if you can spot the exceptions, if you can combine them, and if you are able to make something like one of 5,000 games of this position that you can make some like a super exceptional ideas combined together. I'm not sure if I expressed that correctly. Let me know. Pio and Nikos, what about that?
I think your point of view, of course, it makes a lot of sense, and I think it kind of explain what I could never explain to Nikos, because I didn't know that this type of studies are so much vital when you get into certain level, because this makes sense. Because imagine you get into these basics puzzles and basic end games, or maybe like intermediate end games, and then you get into intermediate puzzles, but then something is missing. Something is missing. Some kind of knowledge is missing. So you find that knowledge in another part of chess, which are compositions and deep studies. That totally makes sense, because it's something like, imagine if you're going to give food to a baby, but you straight up give like cooked beans to a baby instead of giving milk, instead of giving people in our level, Nikos, for example, you and me, we basically need okay, I'm not going, we need baby food. I'm not going to say that we need milk, but we need baby food, okay? Let's be careful with the words here. So we need baby food. If we get into studies, I think it's a waste of time, because we could use better things with our time, and also I think we're going to not get everything that study have to offer to us, because we don't have enough knowledge to get there.
Absolutely. Yes, I fully agree. And now I will just add the second part of the equation, because first is practical. The studies that are not practical. Not practical means they are absolutely some like exceptional. They are breaking all of the rules that we learned so far, and the studies contain the rules that we have never seen or understood before. I would say some like the non-practical studies is some like a quantum physics, and we are learning that, let's say, mathematics and physics in a 4th or 5th grade, right? And quantum physics would be pretty interesting and pretty nice to study as the way of learning new ideas. But mostly, whenever you graduated from the high school, and especially if you are going into the extended, let's say, program of learning, to be the specialist in the quantum physics, then quantum physics is absolutely fantastic, right? And the second point, practical studies. Practical studies are completely different than the non-practical ones. Practical studies means that you are learning important ideas, but in a small and easy to understand and absorb doses. and practical studies are absolutely, let's say, important to develop your ideas without wasting tons of time, energy, and being a super frustrated person that you are, let's say, solving one puzzle for 3 days and you are not making progress, right? And now one spoiler alert. I have interviewed the world champion in the chess composition. I'm super proud of that. World champion in a chess composition, chess studies. And he said that sometimes solving the study is something like the process of learning everything from the scratch and into the new levels. Something like a new level, you break it, another level, break it, another level. And you need to break it some like 10 or 20 times. The most impressive was whenever I asked him how the study is produced, how the study is created, and what does it contain for the study to be exceptional. And he said, and I'm quoting him, I'm not kidding, guys, be careful not to fall down from your chairs, okay? He said that he's working on the study for the chess composition, let's say, composition, something like a tournament, something like, let's say, jubilee, for 3 years, one study. Why? Because he combined the ideas that has never been done before, and at the same time, he's not able to break it in a way that will be the elegant form, not to make the judges to punish the study for some kind of, let's say, bad form. And that's why whenever I just, let's say, realized that how difficult was that to compose the study that was not done before, something like has the original element, I was blown off the board, so to speak. And Cyrus Laquadala, another one, the guy who is coaching the American, let's say, players at the same time, he's the chess author, chess books, let's say, a writer. He said that if he knew how much studies, I mean, the studies that are extremely difficult, how much the extremely difficult studies can expand his horizons, creativity, and all of the ideas that he has never, let's say, done before, he would do it a way earlier. But take notice, Cyrus is completely different beast. Why? Because, for example, one of the ideas, if you ask him how to how to practice tactics, he says pretty easily, you are doing this until you drop out for 5 days in a row. Until you drop out. What does it mean? Mostly it's for 16 to 18 hours a day. The next 2 days, you do nothing. Then you are going to the tournament, mostly at the weekends. And then you are just crushing the opponents. And the practice of tactics that you done before the tournament starts, just have all of the effects, all of the impact at the moment at the tournament. But who of us can, let's say, solve the tactics for 18 hours a day for, let's say, 2 weeks or 3 weeks, right? So probably it's some like completely different, let's say, level. What about that?
That
That's
actually
crazy.
makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, because he's basically what he's saying is something like compositions and studies, they're not going to show you something new, just in in a more complex way.
Yeah.
That's why you need to know the basics. That's why you need to focus more on the basics. Because I mean, some people like I don't know. I don't believe in that. I listened to some interview. I think it was from Duda. He's saying like, I never studied tactics. I never liked it too much. I think it's bullshit. I don't believe in him. I'm sorry. I don't know how gifted you could be in chess to just say, I'm not going to study tactics. I don't need that shit. And then you get into top 10 in the world. That makes no sense to me. But maybe some people are more gifted. Maybe some people are more gifted. And...
Short explanation. May I? Very quickly.
Of course.
Okay. If somebody who is very high at the top level chess list says, I didn't study or I do not understand, it's completely different, let's say, level of understanding when we as mortals take from them. For example, if they say, I didn't study, he probably says, I didn't study 8 hours a day, like most of the people who are, let's say, at the top 10 or maybe top 20, right? Therefore, he says, I didn't study, but probably he wanted to say, I didn't study extensively, I didn't study super deeply, and I didn't study until I dropped that. Probably this is the, let's say, point of the expression of such people.
Yes, and for example, even if he read a book, he will not count it as studying.
Yeah.
It's just for him like an enjoyment, pretty much. It's
like a hobby, but not related to
Yeah.
chess, even though it's a strictly chess related, but he doesn't count it, right?
yeah.
Sure, makes sense.
And what
From-
about the other aspects of the study composition? Let's go, guys. Let me know, because I just spoke to the guys, let's say, when I did the interviews. Therefore, ask me anything, and I'll try to address it as much as I can, as best as I can.
No, that's
Go
our misunderstood about the thing is just like how much is that count for us as chess players. And I just diverge on Nico's point of view because I always had pleasure doing puzzles. I mean, most part of my stream sometimes I'm not doing nothing, just open up the stream and do some puzzles. I think they benefit me because when I begin to play chess, I say this many times on stream. I don't know if it was there, Mr. Thinker, but there was a chess software that was, I think it was made in 2000 and something, 3, 4, 5, I don't remember. And it was called Chessimo. It was made by Brazilian GM Gilberto Milos. I don't know if you heard about him.
Yeah, I have heard about him.
Yes, he made the software, and then I begin studying puzzles by the software. And the software was basically you get on a position, and then you get like 10 positions, and then you get 20 positions. Then I begin to repeat. Of course, by repeating.
Yes.
Today, this is totally normal, but at that point of chess, it was something new.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And if we can, let's say a little bit more about the practical application of tactics in general, including the study, but only practical ones, I would say that this idea was already, let's say, developed at least 30 years earlier. For example, our friend Cyrus Lakdawala, the guy that I told you that he's writing all of the books all of the time, he has already written 64 books, therefore it's crazy, but the guy is passionate about chess. He said that he make the woodpecker method that it is now popular and now very much recognizable. He did it 40 years ago. He said that he is like the inventor of this method, but nowadays it is the name of woodpecker, right? And therefore it's like funny that people that did it previously, nobody just popularized it as much as it was popularized the last, let's say, 8 to 10 years. And now it has a different name. But Cyrus said that when he was younger, many times he was making some kind of circles. Circle is the name of the concept that you are studying the same set of puzzles, but twice faster. For example, the woodpecker method in general, right? We have 1,000 puzzles and we have 7 to 8 circles. And for example, 1,000 puzzles we are solving for, let's say, 3 or 4 days, maybe 5 days. The next circle is to make the time doubled down. So like instead of 4 days, we solve it in 2 days. The next attempt, the next circle, instead of 2 days, 1 day, then half a day, then a quarter a day, and so on. And finally, we should solve all of the, let's say, set of puzzles. Mostly it's about 1,000 for the easiness of explanation, right? 1,000 puzzles, let's say in 12 or 14 hours. And I did this experiment, not about, let's say, difficult puzzles, but pretty easy ones, from about 800 to 1,400 or 1,600. I did it 25 years ago. I studied the same set of puzzles. It is the Ivashchenko, the School of Chess Combination, the volume 1. It consists of 1,320 puzzles. I skipped 120 because they were some like endgame. So like that doesn't have the relevance. And it was 1,200 overall. I solved it that many times until I solved all of the puzzles in 15 minutes. Can you imagine? Solving 1,200 puzzles in 15 minutes. I did that with the alarm set.
I guess you were streaming it, right?
I streamed it, but I streamed the different puzzles. But yes, it was very similar. Yes,
Okay.
but I did it, let's say, with different puzzles. But I streamed it probably 1.5 years ago. Yes, but in practical means, if we are talking about the practical application, only the selected studies that has the name the practical studies, they are useful, but not in a huge dose. In a huge dose would be useful the normal tactics, but with the different motives, different goals and different level of difficulty. For example, one of the guys I interviewed probably 2 years ago, his name is, give me a second, I'll have, let's say, the set of workbooks for him, and I'll be back in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. His name is Roman Eduard, right? And he just created the fantastic set of chess tactics, but the covers were pretty awful. And I was like, Jesus Christ, it cannot be a very nice set of puzzles if the cover is awful. And it was the exception. By the way, Roman Eduard was the guy who is the 2700 club. It means that he at least was, let's say, at the FIDE rating list with 2700 ELO, right? And I interviewed him and I asked him, how did you make such a fantastic set of tactical workbooks with such a bad cover? I apologized about that, of course. And he said, you didn't like it? I said, Jesus Christ, I didn't bought these books just because of the covers. Because I thought like, Jesus Christ, the covers are like so bad that probably the content is not so great. And it is absolutely the, let's say, the explanation not to judge the book by the cover, right? So like that we know already.
Makes sense.
Yes, and I just look at the studies, at the puzzles that he created, and I always recommend them, like this set of, let's say, workbooks for the ambitious players, because they are selected. And I asked him how many games and positions you have, let's say, filtered out to select the final positions. And he said that he just filtered out about 50 to 60,000 either games or positions. Got it? And then he just extracted, let's say, 2,000 of them and put into the 3 of these workbooks. And the level of puzzles, the themes and motives of the puzzles are absolutely fantastic. And that's why study these 3 books or workbooks actually would be 50 or 100 times more efficient or effective than getting into the very difficult non-practical studies that you will be doing only to see if you can, let's say, understand and join the exceptions to the next exceptions. What about that?
Yes.
So the conclusion is pretty simple. It's made to expand your creativity when you're at a certain level, not of course our level.
Yes.
So we should pretty much stick to the basic puzzles we do on the most popular sites. And
I would make the exception. It's not about the difficulty in a traditional sense. Not about the difficulty. It's about the exceptional setup. Because difficulty is not a problem. For example, in these 3 workbooks, by the way, the workbook series is the chess calculation training. And after that, I'll just, let's say, get into the website and share the links to this as well. It's from Thinkers Publishing, by the way. Chess calculation training. And chess calculation training, these workbooks are from about 1600 up to 2500. Got it? Up to 2500 ELO. Something like a practical over-the-board ELO. And I asked him, is it good to put such a, let's say, broad range of, let's say, ELO? And he says yes, because most often the time you can either skip the most difficult ones, and if you are developing your skills, you'll be getting the more interesting and more difficult puzzles that you will be struggling, but not struggling in the sense that you will not make the real progress. And that's why, if we are talking about non-practical compositions or studies, yes, it is the problem, but not about the difficulty. It's the problem about the, how to express it the easiest way. It is the problem about the lack of practical application and too much exceptions connected one to the other. For example, if you studies, if you were solving 10 studies that are completely not practical and you will solve it in a month, it would be better to solve 100 puzzles that are 28 or 2700 from these workbooks, chess calculation training, and in a practical application, you will be, let's say, light years ahead, so to speak. What about Nikos?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
I have a
And
question.
Yeah,
I
go
have
on.
a question. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean that's my point. That basically my point about studies in general. I mean, what is the
Uh-huh.
point of and also some compositions like that type of composition like it's made in two, but it's a very weird move that you would never play in a real game,
Yes.
and that
Yes.
I don't see the joy, I don't see the pleasure. Because okay, I get it. I get the position. What did I learn?
Mhm.
Nothing. So I feel like
Yeah.
I'm stuck. I feel like okay, I get my time and put in the garbage because I mean life is limited. Why am I doing this with myself? Makes
Yeah,
no
of course.
sense.
Mhm.
Makes no
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, that's yes,
But I
and
have a
that's why
question.
yeah, go on.
I think you kind of reminds me of something, and maybe
Mhm.
you could give a hint to us about how to not do that, but to get close to that.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't know
I
if you
can.
already see Nakamura doing puzzles
Mhm.
like Puzzle Rush. Did you see
Yeah,
the speed they get the first, like say 20? It's not normal.
because
It's not a normal.
it's no,
How?
it's normal because it's the pattern recognition. It's not about a calculation at all. Pattern
Sure,
recognition.
but he gets like
He's
in
doing
I
absolutely
don't know
nothing.
half in the second. I don't understand. It's barely on my screen. When you are
Yeah,
watching, you barely see the puzzle. He's
yeah,
in the
but take
third,
notice.
and I'm in the first, trying to understand
Mhm.
what's happening.
Yeah, but take notice. How much time would it take you if I extracted the specific puzzle rush or puzzle storm or puzzle battle, anything, but you will be solving the first 20 puzzles exclusively, listen closely, mating ones and backrank checkmates. How much time would it take you to get the first 20 puzzles? Checkmate in one and the backrank checkmate.
And how many puzzles are there?
There are 20 puzzles, let's say the checkmate in one and background checkmate, and then we are getting into a little bit more difficult, right? And this is the same for Nakamura. For Nakamura, it's like he's not thinking about the solving of the stuff. He's rather just trying to, let's say, make the speed run of the first 15, 20, 25, depending how difficult, or maybe not how difficult, how much he's focused on. And then after he reached, for example, 35 to 40, he starts to think, because there are some kind of exceptions, he needs to check out 2 or 3 lines and so on. But the first 15 or 20, he knows some like with the lightning speed. It's not solving, guys. It's the pattern recognition. And now I'll just flex a little bit. I can do it very similar, maybe a little bit, let's say, slower, but very similar. If they are super simple puzzles, I solve them hundreds of thousands of times. If I am pretty much focused, I can solve them within half a second each. What about that?
How much time do you think a person like me, for example, could get
Mhm.
close to that? How much time
Okay.
should I dedicate? I mean, in let's say in half a year, can I do this?
I would ask about the goal rather, not about
Yeah,
the
me
speed,
too.
because
Me too.
with all of the respect, we are in the specific age PO, right? We are not the youngsters, even if you're in a, let's say, spiritual sense, we are, but we are not the youngsters. That therefore, I will not focus over the speed of solving. I would focus about the understanding and connecting the ideas and slowly expanding the, let's say, type of puzzles, type of concepts to merge them in a higher level. That would be the point. And for example, if you started to study the specific themes from the books, from the courses, for example, the ones that I shared in the chat are the free, let's say, workbooks that I mentioned. If you will be studying these puzzles and slowly you'll be trying to improve your efficiency, not the speed, then you'll make 5 or 10,000 more, let's say, benefits than trying to make way faster checkmate in one or checkmate in two. What about that?
Mm.
If Nikos want to add something, just go on, Nikos. No problem with that.
Well, I think the point of PO is pretty dumb because why would he want to be faster at puzzles that are, for example, made in once or some simple winning material, I think I think he should focus more on the quality of the puzzles to solve more difficult puzzles in
Yeah.
just faster. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, when he plays classical, he will see the mate in one either way. He doesn't
Of
need to
course.
see it in 5 seconds, for
Sure,
example. So I think
sure.
Yeah.
I think this only improves, for example, 3-minute puzzle rush and not your game at the end of the day.
It's some kind of true, but not for the
Yeah,
let's say, full
I
extent.
have believe in you. I have believe in you. I'm talking about saving time because I mean, yes, in Puzzle Rush it's very pretty. I mean, I understand your point, Nikos. I think you have a reason of saying that this is dumb. I mean, this is a very silly objective. Let's say like that. Very silly objective that just improving in Puzzle Rush. That actually makes no sense. I understand. I
And
understand.
probably I got the point, Pio. I got the point. Because you are right, but maybe you cannot express it clearly enough. And I'm not talking about insult you, of course, but rather to make it a way clear for everybody, okay? For example, you probably think about solving them more efficient, wasting less energy, and when we are wasting less energy, the speed increases, right? And you have the point. But you will not make a significant improvement, then now Nikos has the point, because the puzzles, for example, let's make the practical example, right? You have the first 20 puzzles, they are below the rating, let's say 16 or 1700, right? Let's say Chess.com. And then if you solve the first 20 in 60 seconds, and if you'll make the, let's say, 6 months practice and then solve the same set of puzzles, not in 60, but in 55 or 50 seconds, it would be the improvement. But the improvement would not be something like the significant and beneficial in the general development. And I, by the way, did some kind of tests of mine, and I did the research about the stuff that probably are not done as yet in chess overall. And if it would be done in a efficient way, we would, let's say, benefit, everybody would benefit. For example, I tried to analyze the specific chess themes and get them into the atoms, right? So like a very, very deep one. And for example, I studied the X-ray theme up to the level that I understood it in, let's say, 85-90% of the, let's say, maximum. After that, when I started solving the puzzles at the Lichess Puzzle Store, whenever there was the X-ray tactics, I did it something like twice faster than normal with, let's say, 5% of margin of error. And before it was something like a 20 or 25 margin of error. And the next level would be to connect or combine or to merge to the other VIPs and then try to make some calculations if needed. Therefore, what we lacked the most in the chess tactics, it's not about the not about the difficulty, not about the depth, not about the stuff that we, let's say, normally think that it is the problem. The problem is that we didn't break the themes into the atoms, into the core. If we could do it and then study the, let's say, specific themes, for example, 200 puzzles on the one themes, but with a little bit, let's say, increasing level of difficulty, and then study the next theme, making the same individual theme, 200 puzzles, and get them, let's say, like in a automatic reaction, and then combine them, the first one with the second one, then we'll be going a way more efficient. And I tested that on myself, and it works. There is no other idea that I believe that works for everybody than the one that I just explained. Let me know what about that.
So the idea basically is that you can get faster and improve faster if you specialize in certain themes. And then, okay, specialize in one theme, and then jump to the other theme, and then you're going to specialize. This will be more efficient in general to your chess, and to improve. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't have any drawbacks. It doesn't have any drawbacks, no matter what's the point of the discussion, so to speak. It doesn't have any drawbacks. But the problem is that there are no, let's say, books or workbooks that explain every tactical theme in such a depth that we could, let's say, master the tactics at the level of 3000. Of course, we do not need to have all of the themes, let's say, at the same level of depth, because, for example, there are 10 or 15, let's say, the most important and the most frequent chess themes that are popping up all of the time. And there are the second, let's say, 15 that may not be that much important, let's say, at the next 2 or 3 years of our study, right? But if we master the most frequent tactical themes in the deepest sense, into the core, to, let's say, divide them into the atoms and then synthesize them and work it out for at least 200 puzzles to have them in our blood, then combining to the next ones and joining with the simple calculation can make miracles. And I'm not kidding. Nikos, what about that?
Well,
Would you like to comment?
I think it's the puzzle rushes on Chess.com or on Lichess or wherever. I think it's just a fun. It's nothing really important. It just to make our ego bigger. And if we want to improve by doing that, we're never gonna achieve anything. So yeah, I think it's just to maybe be better than your friend by 1 point or something like that. But if you really want to improve, you need to actually study the tactics and not doing maiden ones for your entire life.
Of course. But what I mean is I'm like to focus not about the speed, because speed is some like the equivalent of efficiency. We should focus on the efficiency, not the speed. For example, if you do not need to study the position you do not understand, you have never seen before, and you do not know what are the ideas into the study, you will waste, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes. If you know the themes, you will waste 2 minutes. If you know the themes, if you know how the themes work, if you know how to combine them, and if you make the efficient calculation, you will solve it in 10 seconds. Got it? Therefore, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. And I'm not kidding. There are some positions on the puzzle store that I can solve them within 10 seconds, not because I make some kind of magical skills, but because I recognize the themes, I connect them efficiently, and at the same time, whenever there is the calculation needed, I quickly make the calculation. And that's why focusing on the, let's say, deeper study of the specific themes, combining them together, having the selected positions, not the, let's say, Chess.com, but in general, for example, from these workbooks that I share the links, having the specific set of positions, study them, let's say, in a way that we would know that we have every of the gaps, let's say, filled, then jumping to the next one will make the most benefits. I would say it's something like a most bang for the bucks. For example, if you are buying the book for $20 and it will give you the benefits of 2,000, it's something like the same. Getting into the themes, getting them as much, let's say, deep study as possible to understand them to the core, practice them for 100 or 200 puzzles, then study the next theme, doing the same, and step by step merging them together. And at this moment, I do not know about more efficient idea to have the practical application of the tactics in general. And one more thing about checkmate in 1, checkmate in 2, winning the queen, and so on. Mostly when you said that it doesn't make sense to get away faster because mate in 1, mate in 2, yes, you are absolutely correct, but there is one caveat. What do I mean? For example, if you are calculating the lines in the real game, let's say in the rapid, but there is no time increment, and you are very low on time, if you do not understand and recognize the checkmate in 1 or checkmate in 2 in a specific line that you are visualizing and calculating, then it can cost you the point. It will cost you some like the mistake or the blunder. And that's why it's not about the speed. It's rather about the efficiency of recognition and having the let's say, depth about each of the motives to know them some like the best way possible. For example, I read in one of the chess books a very interesting, let's say, hints, tips, or this type of stuff. The amateur and the master, what is the difference? The amateur does the tactics or specific concepts until he does it right, and the master makes that many repetitions until he cannot do it wrong. And this is the conclusion, if I can say that. What about that, Pia?
Yes, I mean, I totally agree. This software that I keep telling people to study tactics. I mean, this is the, I mean, chess is so old, and we keep giving the same. It's the same advice we give for years. You want to improve in chess, study tactics. Of course, you must have. You must do other things to improve. Of course, I'm not saying that you should not study openings. I'm not saying you should not study end games. All of this is also at some point you're going to study in chess. But when the guy's like, oh, I'm stuck into certain level, what should I do? You just say study tactics, because it's like when you study tactics, it like unlocks another level in your chess. You jump a little bit more, then you study a little bit more of end games, because you're having troubles in end games in that certain level of chess, in that certain rating range, and then you study a little bit more of openings in that rating range. I don't know if I make myself clear, and then you get stabilized. But tactics is what you push you 100, 200 points up in chess all the time. So when people ask, what should I do? Study tactics. People say like, because they listen this a lot. They listen this a lot. But this is just the truth. You study the tactics, you repetition. I mean, I say that on the stream already. People keeps complaining about that. But I say like, well, if you go to, let's say, you go to a football training, what are you going to do? You're going to kick in the goal 100 times. And then it's normal. You accept that as a training. But if you a chess coach, if you heard in a chess video that you need to repeat a lot of puzzles, you say, that's boring. I mean, what do you want? If you get this same advice in every other sport, in every other thing in life, you're going to complain. But in chess, people are like, oh no, I'm lazy, I don't want to do. It's just the same thing that are going to put you up. So I don't understand what people want. That's how I improve it. Studying a lot of tactics.
Yeah, but I guess there is one misconception. With all of the respect, whenever the student asks me what to do, I mean the student in general sense, not some like in the chat, but in general sense, whenever a student asks me what to do, I ask them to show me their games. Because if I can see the games, I can analyze it. After I analyze the game, I can talk over with the student and we can figure out what is the biggest problem. I mean, the biggest in a specific moment. For example, sometimes it's not the tactics that the student needs to work as quickly as possible to fix their games. But for example, it's the laziness of calculation. The other time is breaking the rules. Next time is something like the aggressiveness that is not, let's say, not reasonable, right? There are different ideas to put this to make the game better.
Sure. But then you're talking about analysis of a coach. I'm talking about people, when people ask us, what should I do for my chess to improve? I mean, what is your advice to me for me to do something? Okay, what you can do for yourself. If you cannot afford a coach to tell you what to do, you just study puzzles, study tactics. Or, I don't know, I mean, of course, you have other methods. But I think the most simple method that you can do, it's tactical. It's studying tactics.
Yes, that's correct. But there is one distinction. I would say that study tactics is that generally very good advice. Very, let's say, seldom it can backfire. But it's like the people may not know what does it mean to study tactics. For example, some people think that study tactics is to solve the puzzles as quickly as possible. And then you can say, no, it's not about this. It's about understanding the position. And then understanding the position, we need to explain what does it mean, right? And therefore, for example, if somebody asks me, what do I do? What should I do to get better at tactics? Because I make a tactic mistakes, then I tell them, study the positions or make the, let's say, set of the positions that you make the mistakes the most often. For example, if you play, let's say 100 games, and if you just look at the games, even with the help of the engine, it doesn't need to be the coach. Many times it can show you that you make the blunders. And except with the strategical mistakes or strategical blunders, most of the time they will be the tactical ones. And then with the tactical ones, we can see what type of tactical things you are missing, what type of stuff that you are doing the wrong way. And then based on this information, we can, let's say, tell you to make the set of the positions for the tactical study and then to practice them. For example, if I have the student and I realize that they are missing the double attack, something like death work, they are missing the back range checkmates, they are missing the, let's say, what is this thing? The defender, destroying the defender, and very similar ones, then I can either create this set of puzzles for them to practice or tell them to go to the server or to go to the, let's say, website that offers the opportunity to set up this type of specific things and practice only this once. And that's the point. Got it? And that's why people are many times, let's say, confused. What does it mean to study tactics? Because if whenever I streamed chess at Twitch, and people are getting into my channel, they were just confused. What does it mean to study tactics? They thought it's like getting into the website and solving the tactics randomly. For example, it doesn't matter the level, it doesn't matter the motives, it doesn't matter what is that. Just clicking and just making this solved with the sense of ticking with the green button on the screen. And that's why this is the complete misconception from one standpoint.
Yes, of course. I mean, today we have too many, let's say,
resources?
Resources or practice of tactics that looks that you are studying tactics, but in the end of the day you're not.
Absolutely.
Let's say, I would say like something like in chess.com or in the chess or in Chess Tempo, that you have the tactics there and then you just stop. Take your time, find a pattern, understand the position. Something that I tell to my students: try to understand the positions. Where is your king? Is there some threat? What is the immediate threat? What was the last move of your adversary? Usually, the last move of your adversary is a huge hint of what is the tactic.
Yes.
Did you miss something? Did he miss something? And etc. But people think, like, for example, Puzzle Rush. Like Nico Shade say that it was perfect, it's just another way to inflate our ego, and that's totally correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Exactly like Ola rate. Yes, I mean, it means nothing at the end of the day. But I think this confusion, this makes a lot of sense. It's a huge confusion. What is really to study tactics? People really don't understand that. That's correct.
What about you, Nikos? Do you have any comments, any questions about this topic?
Well, I disagree that we should only focus on certain themes that we lack in. And I think that on our level, at least, we should focus on everything because we lack in everything, basically.
But did you take into account that we have the limited time and resources as human? Did you take it into account?
Well, maybe,
because take
but...
notice. Sorry about interruption. Take notice. If you focus on everything, you will not do it. You will not do it in your life. You will die faster than you will do everything. But if you focus over only the specifics that are making your game fail, then you have the chance not to die before you fix the gaps. Sorry about that. Go on. Yeah,
that's correct. I'm laughing because that's correct. I understand your point of view, Nikos, but it's impossible to focus in everything. Yes. That's what he's talking about. It's not about. Yeah, it's not about. I tell people. I use it to say this on stream, and people are like, oh, do you think it's that much exaggerated? Yes, you give me 200 years of studying only chess, and I can beat Magnus Carlsen. 200 years of only chess, okay, and I have, I'm in my best years of mind, let's say between 20 and 30, let's say like that. I have the most sharp mind ever to knowledge, and you give me 200 years, stopping that time limit, only studying chess, and I can beat Magnus Carlsen. And people say like, you're exaggerating. Do you see him playing? You guys are crazy. Do you see the amount of knowledge that he gets faster than us? We are slower in this learning process, so we need more time. So Nikos, I understand what you're saying, but think with me. For example,
let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, let's not throw rocks. Finish.
My point is that if you focus on one thing, then you're going to start missing the tactics you're not practicing. So you need to study a little bit of this, then a little bit of that, not to focus on only, for example, X-ray, because then, okay, you might be a master of X-rays, but then you're gonna miss, for example, some Maiden 3 that you should have seen. So in my opinion, you still it should be reasonable, but you should still focus on everything.
I think you didn't understand totally the thinker, because what thinker means to say is like you should specialize in something. That doesn't mean that you should stop. For example, you're going to play football. You're going to play football. So you're going to train 100 kicks, goal kicks. That doesn't mean you don't need to do cardio. That doesn't mean you. So that's the problem in your thinking. That you're not going to stop studying Maiden 3. You're not going to focus on Maiden 3. You're going to do let's say you're going to do 100 puzzles per day. 100 puzzles per day, aleatory puzzles. And then you're going to focus in something. That's what I see from Mr. Thinker. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my ideal point of view of what he's saying. You're going to focus in something, but that doesn't mean you're not going to do your standard training on general puzzles per day. I don't know if that's correct.
I will just add a little bit more, because if I, let's say, just bring one of the point, Nikos can be completely confused. If I bring another one, the confusion probably will decrease. Nikos, if you are my student and you are making that tactical, you are only talking about tactical, okay? Tactical mistakes. You are missing back rank checkmates and you are missing the knight fork. I ask you to work this for a week to solve at least 200 puzzles for these two themes. But take notice that during this time, let's say a week, maybe even 2 weeks, you are playing the next games, and next games will show what are the other problems we need to address. For example, if you start playing and you'll be pretty good not to miss the checkmate in one by, let's say, backman checkmates, and you're not missing knight forks, you'll be missing the double attacks by the queen, right? Then you'll be missing the let's say, the removing the defender. There are at least 30 motifs, right? 30 themes, and the themes are combining each other. Therefore, you will never exhaust tactics in the sense that you will say, no, I'll just fix all of the tactical holes. No. Every time some of the other problems will pop up, the problem will be probably a little bit different, but take notice in chess. At least we have 30 tactical themes, at least, of course. We have the combination of these tactical themes that makes the stuff pretty much, let's say, explosion. And then at the same time, we have the levels. For example, if you are missing the back rank checkmate in a month, you can miss back rank checkmate in 2. In 3 months, back rank checkmate in 3. And after 4 months, you'll be missing back rank checkmate in 4, but not something like let's say silo ones, but the back rank checkmate in 4 with the sacrifice of the queen, with the sacrifice of the rook, with the sacrifice of the knight, and so on. Got it? And that's why it's not about that we'll only focus about the back rank checkmate in 1 and never study anything. It will be lazy and stupid. It's not the point. But the new problems will automatically fill out the gap that you will think that the gap will say that will not make any progress. What about that? Is now a little bit more clear, the less confusion for you. Let me know.
Well, I still think that other actors are going to pop up, and at the end of the day, we need to be better at everything. And okay, we might focus on this thing, and then, for example, 2 weeks later, we can focus on another thing. So
and
I
we are
agree
adding
with
it.
that.
Yes, and
Yes.
we are adding it. That's it.
But
That's it.
But for example, also there is the thing that if you focus too much on one thing in your games later on, you might be only thinking of finding this specific topic.
No, it's not true. With all of the respect, sorry about the interaction. I am a chess coach, right? I helped others. I studied the games with them. I teach them about the stuff, and therefore I needed immediately to interrupt it. It's not like that. It is only the focus of the higher level for the specific period. After you fix this gap, for example, checkmate in 1 by the back rank checkmate, you will not focus over that any longer, because there are other problems that you need to focus over. And then there are, for example, the strategy, the endgames, the openings, the calculation, and so on. Therefore, it is not something like that if you, let's say, study over one problem too extensively for the next week because Thinker Teacher asks you to fix it by solving 200 puzzles, you will be some like only focusing on this one and all of the other will collapse. It's not like that. It is only temporary, so to speak. For example, if you just make the analogy to the marathon, right? We have the marathon, and you say you should run the marathon starting the fastest possible because it's the theoretical model that will make you the best, let's say, runner. Nobody start the fastest because after the 10 kilometers you will drop dead. Got it? And that's why if you start the marathon in a slow manner, at some point, whenever you have the opportunity, you have the, let's say, more energy and so on, you can just make it a little bit faster. At the other, let's say, parts of the marathon, you need to slow down, right? It's something like a balance between the number of ideas, number of puzzles, the problems that are popping up, and the ways to fix them. But you cannot focus over everything. If you start focus over everything, you will collapse in most of the challenging domains. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about general. For example, if you are focusing over everything at one moment at maths, you will collapse completely. By the way, I'm just helping others to, let's say, pass math exams, and I teach math at the same time. Therefore, we all from my standpoint. Go on, Nikos.
I think, at least for me, it would be a better approach. And if I started to think about one motive or about one theme, in my games, I would, at least that's what I think I would do. I would much rather try to look for those tactics and forget a little bit of the other ones. I mean, I would probably make them less important. And I don't know if it would work like this in reality, but I just think that this one topic might overcome not each other, but the other one, for example.
No,
it
is the illusion. Yes, I understand your concerns. It is the illusion. It is something like the fear that doesn't have the scientific grounds. It doesn't work like that. I understand, and I fully,
I don't know. I would
try myself. But it doesn't work like that. I know what you mean, because many, let's say, students ask me about it. If I focus over one specific moment, specific ideas that we are working right now, would it not collapse my games because I will miss other interesting and important elements? No. It will make you more alert for the specific time, but pretty short one. For example, if you're studying the elements intensely for a week, you'll be having the higher alert about this element in the game. But after a week, this alert will get into the normal level. What about that? Is it any better? Now, do you see that it doesn't work like that, that you are making your fears?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I would still need to try it myself to be 100%
Try it out.
sure,
Try it out. I
but
encourage
I'm
you.
too
Try
lazy
it
to
out,
study.
and in a month, just do it as a test. And in a month or two, we come back to the discussion, and you will tell us about the experiment. Just for a month or two.
But
Yeah, I don't understand, to be honest, Nikos. I don't understand this point of view because that's not how your brain works. I understand that maybe you can have this false impression that if you focus on something, you're going to forget about other things.
Yeah,
This is
I
a
agree.
false impression, okay? Because, for example, let me give you an example in numbers, okay? Let's say you are 2000 in chess, and then you begin to study puzzles. Of course, you're going to study puzzles of 2000 level, but then you're going to focus on puzzles of forks, but puzzles of forks of the level of 2300. But you're going to keep studying general puzzles of the level 2000. So you're never going to forget, you're never going to go down on your level of puzzles below 2000. This is never happening. So I don't understand why you're thinking you're going to decrease your level of something if you focus on another something. That's not how your brain works. That's not how
no,
your
I just
memory
think that
works.
if I keep focusing about one thing all the time for past 2 weeks or past 3 weeks, then my mind already starts to look only for it. And okay, maybe not only for it, but mostly for it. And my game would be much worse because I would try to make this tactic work.
But
Maybe I'll comment it quickly.
you are okay, Stinker, please.
Okay, I'll comment it because it makes me laugh. Sorry about it. If it would be like that, it is only the exception that you will do it on purpose. What do I mean? On purpose, that you will just deliberately try to break and forget, but I mean deliberately. Some like nasty, in a nasty way. Deliberate in a nasty way, you will make your game absolutely disgusting, only to prove the theory that you are looking for the knight forks. Then it would work like you are like describing. But if you'll do it in a so-called normal way, it never works like that. Yes, it's the higher alert, as I just mentioned, but the theory, I mean theory like a science, right? I do not mean it's mine, it's scientific. If you just read a little bit of, let's say, scientific papers, you will see what I mean. It is something like the alert is high end, it's a little bit higher level, but it's not something like crashing the other elements in a way that you are describing it. For example, I'll just make simple example about that, let's say, rating. For example, your overall rating is 2000. If you start studying knight forks and backrank checkmates for 2 weeks, your rating would be something like 1950, and in other elements that you are focusing on, 2300. But the other elements would not be 1200 just because you are studying the knight forks and backrank checkmates over the 23 or 2400 level because it's super intense. The other elements will not drop to 1200 as you probably think or describe it in a way that at least I and Pio understand. You got it?
No, I'm not saying it would decrease that much. Of course, I'm thinking that it would decrease a little bit the quality of my game, and I would
But it's only temporary. It's only temporary, by the way.
Maybe.
And it is the natural process, by the way. Maybe I'll just share a little bit of my math experience. Whenever I teach the students math, always, I am waiting for the moment that their understanding collapses. Why? Because then it builds up a new level, a way stronger level. Whenever it doesn't collapse, I am worried that something is not going the way I designed it. Therefore, it is that your level for a moment will, let's say, get down. Some of the stuff will get a little bit disconnected, so to speak. But after a moment, it will connect in a completely new, a way stronger ways. That's the point. For example, if you have the elements that are not working the way they should work on your level, be it 2000, 2200, and so on, then every time when the opponent will figure it out, they will just throw the rocks at these weak points and it will collapse. But after you fix the gaps with, let's say, studying this element or two elements, let's say for 2 weeks, and you will strengthen them up to the level that they cannot break it the simple way and the easiest way that fast as previously, even if your overall level will decrease slightly, I mean slightly, not a big way, slightly, after some point, you will make it a way stronger. And this is how it works in science, in general, in learning, because it is some like a natural process.
Yes. I mean, for example, I understand that you say that you're going to have a decrease in your game. I understand. You know why, Nikush? Because your brain is a machine that gets tired. You need also to consider that you are in a learning process. Every learning process is not easy. So your brain is going to be like, okay, okay, this is new knowledge. Okay, you're forcing me. Yes, you are, and that's how learning works. Learning asks for that, asks for a little bit of stress, asks for a bit of overload, and you're going to decrease a little bit. Okay, but you're going to learn. So that little decrease that you can get back to that and work on that to go up. Imagine that you have a lot of levels, a lot of how can I say, a lot of columns of levels. Let's say like columns of chess. Let's say that this is like let's say this is forks, and this is spins, and you work a lot on that, and forks just go down. You can come back to forks and go make this go up. I mean, I understand that to you it looks like you are losing time, but if you are focusing something, you are improving, and then you can come back to something that it's missing and improve that other part. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, but I also think it depends on a level, because if you're teaching someone that is relatively bad at chess, you can tell them to, for example, focus only on forks, because it will not make them improve. They need to study tactics in every single factor, in
No,
every
but
single
that's
theme, in
no,
every single.
but I already tell you that. That doesn't mean because you're focusing something, that doesn't mean that you're not going to do your daily puzzles that are very aleatory. So you're going to study that puzzles anyway.
So you're gonna do these puzzles, and then you're going to add another specific theme.
Of course.
And you can
yes.
say you don't have time for that.
No,
So,
I mean, no. You're going to make a balance of that. Let's say you study per day. Let's say you study 100 puzzles. 100, okay? You're going to study 50 puzzles aleatory and 50 puzzles of a specific theme. That's what you're going to do. And they are going to increase a lot your level, exactly like Thinker said, you're going to increase a lot of level on that specific subject. Because that's how learning works. Learning works with repetition and focus. Did you understand? You're going to keep your level, and you're going to make your level of something very specific up. That's special. You're going to specialize into something for some time, and then you're going to change to another topic, and etc.
Well, I think it's not going to give me much more than I would do if I were doing, for example, only the multiple puzzles of every single theme that exists.
Okay, but let me know, how are you theoretically, from theoretical standpoint, if you are working on all of the themes and not focused about the themes that you are the worst and we can exploit it very easily all the time, how are you going to make the significant progress? I mean significant, not some like 5 elo, say 200 elo, 300 elo, and only at tactics. If you are focusing on everything instead of the specific stuff that you are collapsing many times. Let me know.
First, first you need to find out what you're lacking in, and it's not so easy to do.
No, wait a second. No, wait a second. You said that you'll be working on everything. You didn't say on a specific stuff like me and
No.
Pio. You said that you are working on everything.
Yes, but you're saying that you should focus on less on everything and most of the part on something specific. So
Absolutely.
first to do that, you need to find out what is your worst point.
Yes, and this is
in the
pretty
first
easy,
thought,
actually.
it's not so easy to find out. For example, when you're not having a coach.
Of course. But take notice that because there will be some like a little bit empty discussion, because for example, the coach is the, let's say, professional, right? If you are not a professional, you do not know what kind of mix you do unless you are using the professional service, either the computer, the human, better player, it doesn't matter, as long as this is the professional service, right? And therefore, it would be better, for example, to have the coaching session. It doesn't matter it would be paid or not paid, because sometimes it can be done without, let's say, paying the money as well, for the coach or the better player or even the streamer who knows the stuff to tell you what kind of stuff you should work on. For example, I have one student that he thought that his problem is about the lack of tactics. He thought that he is pretty good at strategy. Of course, he was pretty bad at tactics as well. But in one of the games that we analyzed, I asked him what was the problem that he collapsed with the tactics. And he said it was the move, let's say, 16 or 18. And I asked him how much he is, let's say, thinking that this was the main point. He said 90% that this was the moment, right? And I analyzed the game without telling him the stuff, let's say, as long as I wanted to know what would be his opinion. And after that, I was absolutely sure that he has no idea what was the initial point that his position started to collapse. Actually, it was the move 7. Got it? And therefore, if he thought that the problem was because of the 16th or 17th, 18th, 19th move, he started to make the tactical mistakes because he didn't calculate it, but his position strategically was going astray from the move 7th because of the wrong strategical concept, then I wouldn't ask him to study tactics extensively. I would ask him to study the ideas at the specific opening, not just to memorize them, but to understand them and to focus over the coordination of the pieces with the way that the opponent cannot stop it. And then, additionally, I would ask him to study the tactics that he's collapsing the most often. Got it? That's the point. Therefore, it's not like that if you are my student, I tell you, Nikos, you are making the tactical mistakes, night forks and the, let's say, x-rays, and you need to work 200 puzzles over that, and you cannot touch anything besides that tactically. No, due to the limited resources and time, I would advise you to work on this as much as possible, but at the same time, you can do some like mixed puzzles, but do not devote too much energy and too much time over that, because you will not fix it, the problems that appear most of the time in your games after I analyze your games. Got it? What about that?
Yeah, maybe it makes some sense.
You say maybe, taking into account that I'm a chess coach. Pretty nice.
I would need to try it myself.
I think
go on.
what Nikos is saying, I understand Nikos. It's based in your teenager point of view. I mean, I don't want you to get offended because you're a teenager, but the truth is you are a teenager. So even if you don't agree with us, it is okay to not agree with us. But if you are more than welcome to prove your point. I mean, you can study chess.
That's it.
Yes, just study chess the way you want and prove us that we are wrong. Yeah, exactly. You are playing tournament right now, so
I will.
Okay, all right. Oh, I'm excited about that. Let's go. I want to see that happening. Okay, so
me too.
Do you want to point out something about that? Something else, Mr. Nikos?
I guess not really. I guess we covered most of the things, I guess.
Yes, I think it was entertaining. What about you, Mr. Thinker?
I would just add that the best way to prove us wrong is to test it, show it, and the best way would be to explain it in a way that others can get into it as well. For example, like a paper, it doesn't need to be, for example, the scientific paper, but at this, let's say, direction. It could be either the video, either the podcast, either the article, it doesn't matter. Nowadays, we have hundreds of, let's say, types of possibility to share the materials, and I will be one of the first who will try to see how it works based on the conditions that you explain it in a way that I can understand it. Because my experience, and I am a chess coach for about 15 years, my experience as a chess coach, at the same time as the math teacher, because I teach math at the same time, is the stuff that if you do not address the problems one after the other, but without, let's say, skipping over them and just taking everything at once, this idea doesn't work. And I tested it hundreds of times. Others tested it as well. And that's why theory emerges. And that's why if you can make it, let's say, disproving the point of ours, at the same time, the points of the science, I'll be super happy to know how it works, because probably you can make a scientific breakthrough. Because all of the theory, all of the papers, all of the studies that I either read, either watched, either listened to, it is the podcast of general science, of the mathematical science, of the chess, let's say, coaches and so on. And I, let's say, listen for them for at least the last 15 years in various forms, the YouTube, the podcast, the articles, and so on. Prove, make the point that you need to address the problems step by step, not all of the problems, let's say, at the same time. Therefore, if you can test it out and if you can show us how it is done, I'll be the first one to congratulate you if it works, and I'll be super curious why it works. The most important is why it works. That's my point.
Yes, I mean, I understand your point of view, Nikus. Don't worry. But I think like if you prove it. Because, for example, that's what Nakamura say, and that's what his stepfather said, that he never pushed Nakamura into some kind of standard kind of training. He was like just learning a lot from his own blitz and bullets. That's very impressive. I mean, this works for Nakamura. Maybe Nikus, maybe I'm saying that seriously. I'm not joking with you. Maybe you have some skills and you are going to prove us that you are wrong and that you are going to learn by your own way. Nice. And maybe you're going to find other people that are going to train this own way. People that are learn exactly like you. Nice, perfectly amazing.
Well, I guess your method works for the majority. And there are some exceptions, I think, but I think we can't implement, for example, the way of thinking of Nakamura, because he's simply a genius. So we can't compare us to him or to Magnus or to, I don't know.
No, I'm saying about learning method. I mean, and you can
exactly.
find other people that learn exactly like him.
And look, if you were, for example, training like Nakamura, I think you wouldn't be in the place you are right now. In terms of your chess, of course.
Yeah.
I think it would be much lower. Because it's simply the way he does it. It's for geniuses. We can't just play a blitz then.
Them is, in my opinion, at least, is like they're terrible teachers because they don't understand the learning process as a teacher. They only understand the learning process as prodigies, and so they don't know how to explain to people how they understand that and how is the process, sure. the thinking process to get there. I think this is hilarious to me. I don't know what Thinker thinks about that, but I hate when Nakamura tries to explain something. It's very bad. Carlsen is very bad. It's terrible. Kasparov is more or less, but I think that it depends. Other much better teachers.
For example,
okay, depends on the level. Of course, depends on the level.
Then probably they are decent teachers. But if you take into account 1600 or less, probably they are terrible teachers. but they are good entertainers, especially Nakamura, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise, you
yeah,
wouldn't have
yeah, yeah,
that much
yeah, yeah.
audience.
I
And
mean,
that's
there
why
was
I
a time.
guess, yeah.
No, say it. Finish.
I guess that the level of audience and the specific tools and adjusting the narrative and the way of expressing ideas is the, let's say, main point. Otherwise, for example, I am the player 2200, right? About 2200. But I address most of my ideas for the players for the level from 800 up to 1800. Why? Because I know this level, because I started, let's say, from the scratch. I didn't have the coach in my life. But at the same time, I tested hundreds of ideas that do not work. I didn't know which one works, and I tested them for the last 25 years. And that's why nowadays, whenever somebody wants to test the wrong ideas that either I tested or other tested, and they mostly do not work, I tell them that these ideas do not work. I tell them which ones work, and it is their choice if they want to test it out, the wrong one or the correct ones. Of course, they're entitled to choose whatever they wishes, but from my standpoint, as the coach or as the guy who wants to tell others not to waste their time and the, let's say, resources, it's better to test the ideas that work for the first time, and then if you think that there are other ideas that either works better, then the tested so-called the wrong ideas. By wrong ideas, I mean the ideas that I strongly believe that are not efficient, or they are wrong for the, let's say, theoretical standpoint. This is my point.
Makes sense. I mean, there was a time that I go into Gatakamsky. That was one of my worst mistakes. I go into Gatakamsky live, and he was live and chatting with people, and then I just make the most. That was my first chat, and I never talk again because it was the most idiot question ever, and I realized it later. But and you know how he is. He's very rude. And I just asked like, oh, I'm around 2000, would like to improve in chess. Do you have any advice? He just answered me, I don't know, man. Ask Gotham Chess. He's more used to this level. I was like, oh fuck, oh, what a mistake. I never say a single word in his stream again. I feel so bad. Because that
he was right.
He was right. I agree. He was right. Because that's why I say my question was stupid.
Never was 1000, right? He has no
idea. Yes. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what is to begin in this level. He don't remember anymore. He gets there, but it was his learning process was probably so fast because he didn't even remember that. And I was like, oh my god, I'm so stupid. Why did I ask that?
The chess prodigy skipped that level. Not just
yes,
remember,
he didn't even notice that.
Yes. For example, I'm joking that, for example, when Magnus was born, he was already 1800. When Nakamura was born, he was 1700, right? And this is a little bit like joke, but it shows the essence that they didn't study, didn't learn from absolute scratch like we mortals did or are, but they are just going step by step. We are going step by step, and they are going some like jumping the first 20, let's say, steps on the ladder with just a month. And we are just going for the 20 steps on the ladder for 20 years. It's a little bit exaggeration, but I guess it makes the point, right?
Yes.
Nikos, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. Totally.
Any other questions? Any other comments about this topic?
No, I'm totally fine. I would like to thank you for the master class and for the joy of having you here chatting with us.
Sorry, can you repeat the last 20 seconds?
Okay, I would like to thank you for being here with us, giving us this master class about all this calculation and tactics and your point of view on that, because this is very nice. I mean, I enjoy a lot, and based on how the chat works, everyone likes a lot. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for being here with us. I don't know if Nikos have something to say.
I'm very grateful, by the way, and I love such discussions. Therefore, whenever I am free, because sometimes I work the let's say, not limited hours, so to speak, not limited time as well. Therefore, whenever I can jump into such discussion, either the Discord, either in the chat, I'm more than happy. Therefore, feel free to ask me whenever I am in the chat or something other way to join to the discussion and share my opinion, as I love sharing. And of course, if you disagree with me, it's perfectly fine. But I want to, let's say, spread the awareness, so to speak, and spread the ideas that we can, let's say, benefit chess overall a way more. That's why I'm jumping in. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
by the
sure.
way. Nikos, what about you?
Sure.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it, even though I don't agree fully with what you're saying, but it's interesting for sure.
If you agree, we would ban you. Right? If you agree with everything, we would ban you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Thinking, we're about to get into Nikos games. He's playing a tournament, I mean, in real life tournament, and we're going to look at some of his games, look at his ideas. If you want to be on Discord with us, that would be an honor, and commentate or say something. Or if you have other things to do, I don't know.
No,
it's up to you.
Have other obligations right now. Therefore, it's
okay. Nice. So yes, if you want to join us, I can put you on the classroom of Chess.com. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Yes, I'm just at Chess.com right here.
All right, I'm asking you. So Nikos, you can put the games.
Yes, I have
let's get into Nikos games.
Okay, I have it.
So we have the honor to have Thinker today. Oh my god, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm going to talk less today because
imagine how nervous I am.
Yeah. Is Thinker in the classroom?
Yes. Okay. Wait, let me just give you guys a lot of load games.
Yes, I keep that full control of the board. Okay. Thank you.
Full control to you.
Okay, I added the game. Do you see that?
Not yet.
By the way, I see only the full board with the starting position, but no moves. Not sure how it works at Chess.com, but at this moment I see only the board with no moves.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, no moves like notation. That's what I mean. No moves like notation.
There is nothing yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is games, but it's there, but it doesn't pop up.
But it is the second game or the first one from the list?
No, it's only one. There's Tony Benedetto versus me.
There is White versus Black as the first one, and second Tony Benedetto versus Nicodem.
No, this is
from my standpoint.
The second one. But
I cannot see.
And it doesn't work.
I cannot see anything.
Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
We had the same problem recently.
Yeah.
I cannot click the second one. I see on my screen.
The same.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's some time. We need to wait some time to get to the games. I don't know.
My God, this is so bullshit on this Chess.com.
Yes, at Chess.com. Therefore, I do not want to
stop cursing Chess.com. I'm not going to allow that on my stream.
Right.
Exclusively on this website, not because they are the biggest monopoly, the chess mafia, but because it's so bullshit to operate on it. It's all about operation. It's not impersonal.
Put the PG and maybe it will work if you put it. I send it on Discord.
Okay. How try to copy that.
By the way, if you like me to add the games, I'll try to make it as well. If I have that option to do it, I can
Pio created the class. Maybe that's why.
Okay, maybe the Pio needs to copy that.
Yeah. We will see.
If Pio can make it, we can go with that.
Going to try. Okay, can everyone see that or not?
Now I have third wide. Oh yes.
Oh, now probably it works. Right? At least
let's go.
Well, I give you guys all the
privileges, right?
Yes, all the privileges.
Oh, that's the point. Mm-hmm. Now it works. I can see
the board.
Score sheet and the game. Mm-hmm.
You are white or black, Nikos? It was black. Okay.
Black.
Okay. So I'm going to.
Pio, you can manage the board.
Okay, you want to say something about your adversary, about your expectations, anything? This was
Well, I
this
didn't
was the
really.
fourth round, and you had 2.5, right?
Hold up.
Are we not on
I
fourth
don't know.
round?
I had.
This
Yes,
is not the fourth round.
I had.
This was
Yeah, this is fourth. This is fourth. Yes, this is fourth. And I had
the
two and a
fourth
half.
round. Lanica.
Yeah.
Okay. And any expectations?
Well, I didn't really prep, so I was just doing whatever.
Okay, just playing a good game of chess, I guess. Trying.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how happened. The c5 that you like, okay. Expect to win, of course, Goblin said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here I was already not liking this position because those variations with Queen G4 are I usually don't like them because even though I know if they capture this pawn, it's a bad position for them, and I know that engine proves that I'm right, but even I just don't like those positions. They are very tactical, and it's easy to miss something. So I usually, if I can, I don't go into them. But
Yeah.
here I didn't have a choice, so I had to
What
play.
is the best way for the future to fix this gap, so to speak? Because there's some kind of gap, some kind of problem. What is the best way for the future?
Well, I want to play 97,
No,
possibly
I mean general.
96.
No. I mean generally. I do not mean chess moves by the
Okay,
chess
okay,
moves,
okay.
but general as the approach.
Well, change some line to not get to Queen
And one
G4.
of the idea, yes. What is the other one?
There isn't.
There is. If there wasn't, I would not ask you.
Well, then tell me.
Memorize it.
Yeah,
You just memorize the tactical lines. You learn it by heart, and if the opponent plays it, you just replay it. That's it. And that's
yes,
the
but that's
reason
the
I
thing.
do not play the tactical line. Go on.
Yes, but that's the thing. I don't like to memorize openings in chess, and if I have to do this, it's really nauseous for me, and I'm not playing chess to memorize. I don't know, to move
I am the
15.
same.
I'm playing
I am
chess
the same.
to have
Yeah,
fun.
I agree with
So
Nikush on that one. I agree with Nikush on that
Yeah.
one. I also don't like to memorize lines. Don't ask me to do that. I'm going to vomit on the board.
Yes,
I
that's
really
the
hate.
same
I
for
really
me.
hate.
That's same for me.
I really hate. I mean, I understand that at some point, you're going to specialize in some lines. You need to know how to react and etc. Okay, at some point. But here, okay, you have 1 hour and 32 minutes. You can spend a time here. You can spend some time here. You can spend some 10 minutes thinking about, well,
I know
okay.
what to I knew what to do. So here I knew that I need to play 97. I knew it that he cannot take this pawn, so I played it pretty quickly.
Okay, if you know general idea, it's perfectly fine.
Yes, exactly. I agree. Okay. So he didn't take. Okay, the engine already is giving some spoil that this is not like a great move. But the thing is, why is this not a great move? Looks like natural that looks like he's spinning, he's developing a piece, going to general concept. He lose the touch on g7, but he was not, I think, he could not take on g7, I think, because this is very dangerous. All this activity must be good for you.
That would be bad.
But this looks like a normal good move, but I don't understand why. Maybe because of Queen b6, maybe because of that.
Yeah,
Just
Queen
very simple
B6,
development.
I think my position is already not bad if I play Queen B6. I'm hitting B2. I'm hitting F2.
You're unpinning the knight
already-
because now you can play knight here,
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
That kind of solve your problems, like bishop g5. Okay, what did you play?
It did, yeah.
You just play Queen b6. All right. So now he needs to prove it that this move worth something. Now it's his moment of doing it. Now he needs to do something. And he take it. All right. All right. This is getting great. Now we have some options.
Yeah, I already didn't like this position. I was like, come on, I really don't want to play it. Really.
we understand that. I mean, you can play a lot of moves here. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You can take here. You can just take the bishop, take with the king. It's probably a move, but it's not probably a good move. It's possible, but I'm not sure it's a good move.
I probably should have thought more of this position, but well, I tend to play quick, so
Yeah,
I play quick here as well.
I think you can. I think this is the type of position that you cannot play quick, especially
yes,
if you.
I agree. If we are
if
talking
you-
about
I did.
over the board classical game, it
Yes,
is a blunder.
you have 2 hours.
a
Don't think. A good point. It's a blunder to play fast here. It's a blunder. I think basically. I think, to be honest with you, I think to take with the king, because if his plan is to take on g7, this must be dangerous. This must worth something.
I didn't like some queen f6 at the end. That's why. I mean, bishop takes f2 is forcing, so why not to take this pawn?
Yeah, that's like, because you're going to take on f2. He's going to play king f1, and then what? And you need to take this. Then he's going to take here.
Then take on g1, and there is mate, so he needs to recapture my bishop.
Okay. He's in the yeah. Okay, you're correct. That's your calculation. Okay, this, that, and this, and that.
First variation, by the way. Therefore, a good
yeah, because you're
Simplify the
threatening
calculation.
mate. It's a little bit hard. To avoid mate. I mean, he can play the crazy. He can play the very crazy bishop h4. I mean, stop the mate.
Well, but then b2 is hanging too, so I don't know.
Yeah, wait. No, I'm just saying that stops the mate, but very weird. Okay, but then he's going to take, and then this is... Okay, you just take on f2, and you take, it takes. Alright, your thoughts now?
Oh my
now
God.
you're shooting yourself.
Yes, I was totally shooting myself in this position, and I was like, damn it, should I take this bishop or maybe take on b2? But I saw such variation that I take here, he takes on g2, on g7, I take here, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, king here, and king here, and the queen here, and I didn't know how to evaluate it because my rook is kind of stuck and it's hard to develop this knight somehow. That's why I didn't go for it, because
but if his queen on
maybe
if his queen is on c8, you can just play queen c6.
No, but then he takes.
His queen is on c8, your knight is here. You can play queen c6, not knight. Queen c6 to exchange queens.
I'm not sure if we are on the same variations. Can you reply
No, wait.
one more time slowly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, let me do it once again. It's here. Oh, no, don't click it.
Sorry. It's check. Wait. Okay,
yes,
queen
yes,
take
yes,
b1 is check.
Here. No, here's check too, so he needs to move.
Yes, you
somewhere the
play
king,
queen
and
b6. You play queen b6 and queen c6. No? And his queen is on c8?
Yeah, but I don't know how to evaluate it. I mean,
No, I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying it's good.
yes,
I'm just saying it's fun.
but the
I mean, you're up a
h7
piece.
also
I'm
hanging.
not crazy. You're up a piece, right?
By the way, can I interrupt for a while?
Yes, of course.
Do you have the habit to reply the lines on the board if they are a little bit longer than 1-2 movers? Do you have the habit to do so, or everything in the mind? Because I don't know.
Well, I usually just calculate one variation and then I check it once again if I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, but I mean right now, not in the game, right now. Because it would be probably a way easier, at least to me and probably for the viewers, to replay this line that we are talking about, and then at the end of the line that we can see, discuss
You want me to play it, right? You want me to play it?
Yes.
Okay. So here.
Because it's a way easier for the audience and for me as well.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sure. Oh, no. What happened here? He takes here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Here. And for example, he must here.
Oh, you're not
Because
up
he
a
must
piece,
protect the
crazy.
rook.
And
Mhm.
I didn't know how to evaluate this position because I was afraid this is hanging, sort of. The h7 is also shaky. Well, maybe my structure is not bad, but I wasn't sure of this position.
Yeah, maybe you're
Didn't
right.
know
I don't know.
what's going on.
Looks weird. It looks hard to make that rook and that knight works. Also, his rook
Yeah,
is
and
not
well,
working for now, but
yeah, but maybe I didn't see queen c6 at the end, being honest, but well, I'm not sure. He doesn't even need to exchange the queens.
Mr. Reisnik is talking about queen d8, also very interesting. Queen d8 kind
Well,
of
but
give
then here,
you.
for example.
There's queen
Queen d8,
b7.
actually,
That's queen b7. Sorry,
it's
there's
queen.
queen
Oh,
b7.
No, I
b7,
mean,
yeah.
Queen
queen
b7
b7
check.
check. It's check.
Sorry,
And
it's
Yeah,
after
I
the
guess
knight here,
yeah.
now we need
There's
to
a
be
problem
careful
with that.
because the knight is pinned, and we can just make the, let's say, pin and try to get into the a little bit dangerous position, I guess.
Well, I don't like this position. I think I am the one asking for a draw here, not my opponent.
That's fair, I think. Fair evaluation.
Yeah.
Also, he could
But
play. Also, he could play. To be honest, also maybe he could play this. Oops, sorry.
but the rook is hanging, right? Oh.
Your rook
Oh, I
is
didn't
also
see it.
hanging.
Capture the rook.
Your
Oh, I
rook
didn't
is
see it
also
at all.
hanging. Your rook is also
No, but
hanging.
I think this is bad because this is also hanging. The
Of
king is
course,
very weak.
I mean, okay, that's. Weak is a strong. You have just a queen. You don't have a mate here.
Yes, so I have at least a draw.
But your king is. This is suspicious. I think your king is much
I would
weaker
disagree.
than his.
I would disagree. I would prefer black now, not white. Because
really?
take notice, if I take the pawn, yes, if I take the pawn, my king will be pretty much very safe around the pawns.
Oh.
Therefore,
indeed.
I would prefer at this moment. I would prefer black.
I didn't consider
Especially
this move.
as I can throw the check. I can throw the check, and with the check series, I can capture this pawn.
Yeah.
Therefore, I would prefer this for black way better.
Yeah, the white king is just too
Makes
weak.
sense.
There's too many checks in this position.
Yeah, but it's not about the king, because both kings are some kind of weak. I mean, some like it is about the central pawn. If you grab the central pawn,
look at this queen. It's not so easy to activate it too.
No, the queen is not a problem. No, it is this way. It's not a problem.
No,
but I mean,
but there's this hanging. This king needs to run.
No, I mean, some like it's a little bit different. If you take the pawn, and the opponent cannot exploit the idea of this way, you are close to winning.
Yes, for sure.
And that's why it's not calculation, it's about the general assessment, general evaluation.
Basically, here white have 3 pieces attacking. And you're going to eliminate one of them, and that one is very important. I kind of understand that. The pawn is very important. The pawn is part of the attack, and it's not part of the attack anymore if you take it with the knight.
Yes. If the pawn is
that
dropped
makes a lot of
at
sense.
this moment, if the pawn is dropped and you do not have a very powerful counterplay, for example, the passed pawn after capturing here, then I guess white is at the edge of losing.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yes, I agree. Because the dark squares are very safe for the black. Okay.
Yes. Well, I mean, with this king, I would totally go for this position. Even if I blunder something, I still have many options to go for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So king e2 is terrible. I get it.
Yeah.
So okay, you didn't play it. So you played you here, right? Now we have your move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you just take the bishop. Nice. Take on g7. Okay. Okay, you need to move the rook if I'm not crazy.
And we're going into the same variation if I take here, right?
Okay,
same position.
Yeah, this simple, but I think he have one extra tempo or not.
Yes, he can have a tempo because he can throw that check on over f6 or capture immediately. Right?
Oh yeah,
that would
that's
be a little
true.
bit difference.
So I can't take on b2 apparently.
Yeah. I think you have one extra tempo, so you're kind of losing. I think you cannot take it. I mean, you need to save a rook, but where?
Well, to me, f8 was the most reasonable because I protect this pawn. Well, here, I don't know, it just seemed like the most natural square for the rook. If there's something like bishop g6 happening, my rook is protecting, so I don't know.
Yes, I think rook f8 is the most natural because if you can play rook f8 and your king is on e8, your king is kind of safe. I'm very worried with these problems here.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Knight for 500 bits. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing today? We're talking about Nikos games on the board, and I have also the amazing presence of Mr. Stinker Teacher commentating with us. I mean, making the analysis much more precise and much more nice to enjoy the game. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, so you just play rook f8.
And may
okay.
I ask, Nikos, what would be the global plan at such position? May I ask such a question?
Well, I want to develop those pieces and play here and try to gain something on this king.
Okay, and what would be another ideas beside that? Because these ideas are the easiest. I do
Well,
not think they are
I
bad.
also
It's
need
like
to
what would be more than that?
might try to play like this, attack the weak e5 pawn, try to do that.
I mean some like a little bit general, because you are talking a little bit more about the moves. I mean some like the it is so-called the dream position. What would you like to achieve at this type of position? Of
No
course,
idea.
besides developing the pieces, right? Because it's obvious.
Well, I don't know.
If you do not know, you will not reach it, right? If you do not know
maybe.
what you would like to reach, you are not going to reach it. Make sense? Or not quite?
Yeah, it does. It does.
And can I share the idea with you? Look, if you have the position, the biggest problem is the idea that the opponent captures the rook and captures the bishop. Why? Because they are LPDO. That's it. The pieces with no protection. Beside that, when you just discussed that, the rook would be at least paralyzed, or if you can say limited with the scope, because the rook is pinned due to the queen, let's say, pin with the knight. Therefore, of course, connecting the rooks would be the first idea, because then the rook protects each other, and you can just get into the c7 square. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
The idea is being, yes, but the idea is being that you are pretty safe because of the pawn acts as a shield. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time,
on e8, I'm also safe. He can't really get to my king. If I play a6, there is no check.
But he can at least try to make some kind of perpetual. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, but if my rook is on f8, there's nothing happening.
No, I do not mean your rook is on f8. I mean general.
I think in general, there is another problem with your king on e8. Because you're playing against a light square bishop, and this is a light square.
Yes.
This is always a worse. This is always a worse square than c7. Okay.
No, this is
it's a dark square.
No, this is. Well, of course, if I could get my king to c7, then maybe it would be better. I agree, but it's not like I'm playing only my moves and my opponent is just staring at the board.
No, but that's not what thinkers say. Thinkers say like, what is your dream? He said he used the expression dream position. And in your dream position, I cannot believe your king is on e8. In your dream position, I cannot believe in you.
I don't mind my king being on e8. Simply.
Okay, that's a point of view.
I don't get it. Sorry, Nikos. I am trying to help you to expand your horizons at the same time to help you to improve your game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just arguing with a little bit less of, let's say, sense to prove your point that you have just one idea and that's it. Make sense?
Well, okay.
How are you going? Wait a second. How
No.
are you going to beat stronger players with just one idea? I do not mean this player. I mean in the future, 2000, 2200, maybe 2400. If you just have just your own one idea, I do not mean it's wrong. I mean something like it's the one idea of, let's say, 10 or 20 that we can, with Pio and others, help you to generate, help you to understand, and help you to apply. Therefore, I would say, I do not want to sound rude, but it would be better for you to a little bit more listen and try to adjust to the ideas that we are talking about instead of arguing and trying to prove your point. Because take notice, you can prove your point every time on the board, but you do not have us, I mean our friend Pio and me, every time whenever you are asking about the evaluation of the position. Make sense?
Yes. I mean, of course, I would like my king to be on c7, but I am realistic, and it's not going to be so easy to make it happen in good...
Because I didn't say it's easy. If it would be easy, probably I will never play chess.
But I don't want to dream. I want to play chess. This is the thing.
No. If you do not dream, you will not be playing chess well. Sorry. I apologize. You will not get
Well,
very
then
far.
I'm trash, apparently. Yeah. I mean, okay.
Yes, you can be trash. It's not the point if you are trash or not. I mean something like if you do not start to generate the ideas that you have never learned, but they work, something like they are, let's say, tested out in the practice, you will never make significant improvement. And I'm not talking about from the position of being older, but from the position of being a coach, and the friendly guest at Pio's stream, right? That's the point. And that's why I ask you and I encourage you to listen a little bit more carefully to see what ideas you can be completely missing. Get it? Because if you think that you can calculate everything, you're absolutely wrong. At such positions, yes, you will be calculating some point, but you need to know the general plan, the general idea, and the dream position. If you do not generate the specific ideas based on the dream position, it's one of the ideas of, by the way, dream position, you will never understand such positions. Never. Got it? Besides memorizing all of the lines by Stockfish. And that's why try to, let's say, hold your horses for a moment and try to, let's say, get a little bit deeper into the stuff that we are talking about. May I have this request?
Sure,
Nikos?
sure.
Okay, and one more time. Look, if we have the king on c7, the lack of dark square bishop makes our position pretty decent. At the same time, if the pieces would be, let's say, disappear from the back rank, we have the rook protected. At the same time, if the opponent throws the check over the 7th rank, the point f7, we can block either with the bishop, either with the knight. At the same time, if we have the king c7, bishop d7, knight f6, this is the dream position. Got it? And
Yes.
Is it easier now if you know what would be the possible scenario? I do not mean the specific line, but the possible scenario beside this one that you have the rook here, and then I will calculate something. I will figure out something. Chess is way more difficult.
I don't calculate. I mean, I calculate only what I have to, and I mean, I need to save my rook at this time. I need to play.
No, Nikos, with all of the respect.
Okay, I mean, I know the dream position that I would like to my king to be on c7. I get it, but...
No, it's not the king. It's about the general coordination of the pieces. It's not about the king. The king is only one piece, at this moment the most sensitive, but you need to see a little bit bigger. If I understood correctly, because if I am mistaken, just let me know, and I'll just get a little bit different, because it doesn't make sense to me. Are you dreaming about getting the title at some point in your career? I mean, the candidate master and so on. Are you dreaming or not?
Not really. I mean, I don't think I can ever reach it. I started to
But are you going to play chess over the board to try out if you can make the candidate master or different style? Are you doing this, or it is something like completely for fun? You do it whatever.
Well, I'm trying to do my best, but I am not like trying to reach like a certain title or something like this. It's not my goal to
Okay, that's it. That's it. You are trying your best, right? You said you tried your best. Is that correct? If you are trying your best and you have the guys that can give you the tools, the ideas, the concepts that can help you to reach your potential higher, better, and increase it, would you listen to them or not?
Yes, I am listening to you.
And if you are listening, if you are listening, try to not refute the ideas before you try to understand it. Make sense? Because if you start refuting all of the stuff that I'm talking about, it would be a little bit counterproductive. You got the point? And if you start to listen what I'm talking about, start to understand what's going on, at some point you will combine with your ideas and you'll see that it works miracle. By the way, I am a coach. I'm not a guy that is just 20 to 100 and out of nowhere. I am a coach. Make sense? And now I'm getting one more time. If you combine the rooks, connect the rooks with one to the other, if you have the pieces step back from the back rack, you do not need to be careful about such checks. Because every time you can get e to c7, because there is the lack of dark square bishop to attack you, because you have the natural shield by the opponent. And at the same time, if you have the dream position, you can get either the bishop on d7 or knight d7. If you get the king c7 and knight d7, then you need to make the bishop out because it's blocked. After you put the king, it would be, for example, b6, then b7, and the bishop will be protecting the rook. But at this position, this concept may be dangerous because, as you just mentioned, your opponent will not be waiting for you to make the unlimited number of moves. Got it? And now, after king c7, knight f6, bishop d7 are the safest ideas to make the dream position reached. Can you see that? At the same time, you can give up the pawn, the pawn on f7, because this pawn is not so important in your position. And then, if you reach the idea that you will have the rooks right here, take notice if you just make the dream position for a second, right? For example, now your opponent captured the pawn, you make the rook f8 and you pin the queen to the king. Got it?
Yeah.
And this is the generation of the ideas. If you do not generate idea and you'll be calculating everything, you will collapse very quickly. And the most importantly, there are two drawbacks. First of all, you will waste tons of energy. And the second of all, you will not develop your potential. You will be playing games, but the games will stale at some point. And believe me, I tested it out. A lot of players tested it out in your behalf as well. Therefore, you can do whatever you wish. But if you start applying the stuff that we with Pio try to help you to integrate, you'll see if your scores and if your performance will be better in the practical games. Okay? And now, at this moment, at the same time, you can see what is the problems for the opponent. The opponent doesn't have the rooks connected, and the knight is disturbing for the rooks to be activated. And at the same time, they have the very active light square bishop. Got it?
Indeed.
And therefore, the dream position is king c7, bishop d7, knight c6, with the queen b2 and rook e1. If this would be not possible, for example, the knight would be developed at some, let's say, safe spots, then you are combining the rooks over the attack for the king. Do you see that? At the same time, the knight c6 gets to the square d4, combining with the idea of getting into the knight c2 idea, attacking the rook, and attacking the squares next to the king. And if you combine it, because I'll just make the arrows like Nakamura, probably you know who is helping you to get into this stuff, right? Therefore, one more time. King c7, bishop d7, knight c6, knight d4, then you can see and you can observe that the bishop is pinned along the diagonal. If you exchange the bishop, you exchange the defender. Do you see that? And this is the stuff that we were talking about tactics, that you are merging the ideas instead of making tons of calculations. Got it?
Yes.
And now if Pio can comment a little bit about this type of, let's say, evaluation, this type of plans, I'll be very grateful. And then you can comment on ours. Can you go, Pio, for a while?
Yes, of course. First of all, I'd like to say something about Nikos. I understand that you have some ideas, and it's okay, and it's all right. It's healthy to have your ideas, of course. But what we are trying to say to you, it's not that your ideas are wrong, but we are trying to add some ideas to your ideas. Imagine you're
Expand.
talking about, for example, this color complex here that you say that you're okay with king e8, and me and thinker we're talking about king c7. This is like a thing that you can understand, but you just insisted and say like, oh, I'm okay with your king on e8. If you say something like, I'm okay with my king on e8 temporarily, but I need to find a better place for him, it's all good. I understand. Okay, for some time, your king on e8, perfect. But what is the ideal situation? Where do I want to put my king in the future? Because your king cannot be here forever. Exactly because of the reason that Thinker said, must connect the rooks. So at some point, even if you say like, okay, even if you say in the surface, you say, okay, my king is on e8, it's all good. Then you're going to develop this, then you're going to develop that, and then you're going to say, oh, wait a minute, how am I going to connect my rooks? Do you understand the problem?
No, well, my idea was pretty straightforward. It was to play here, here, play like this, and exchange these bishops. And I was looking at trying to play the king on c7 during the game, but it wasn't necessarily my first idea. I was like, if it happens, then okay, maybe I will think about it. But now I have bigger problems that I need to solve.
No.
So
Okay, okay, fair.
Sorry for interruption. Can I ask stupid question?
Mhm.
Every
Nikos,
question
can
is
I ask
welcome.
you the stupid
Yes,
question?
yes,
I
go
mean
on.
the stupid one. The stupid one.
Mhm.
Can I?
Yes, go on.
Is this the blitz game or bullet?
Very funny, very funny.
No, it's not fun. It's stupid. Is it the blitz game or bullet? Because if it is the bullet, you play rook f8 instantly, and Thinker Teacher shut up. That's it.
Mhm.
And I will tell Thinker Teacher to shut up, not you. I will tell Thinker Teacher, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm playing bullet. If you're playing bullet, you play rook f8. Thinker Teacher will say, Nikos, you should think a little bit deeper. I will say, Thinker Teacher, shut up. He's testing out ideas. He's not learning. Testing out. But if you are playing over the board games, 90 plus 30, the most serious game for reaching the title, and you would like to play the moves because I can see, because there is the capture in one and so on, I don't want to swear or curse, but it is one of the lowest ideas that you can provide for the players with the fourth or the third category. Got it? Because they need to recognize this very quickly. But if you would like to become a way better player, of course, you do not need to be FIDE master and so on. It is not that much important. But if you do not start generate the ideas, how the hell are you going to make progress? You got the point?
Yeah,
I need the progress.
Yes.
Are you going to learn 500,000 games, let's say, and memorize them? Are you going to solve 50 million puzzles, let's say tactical, and memorize them? Are you going to memorize all of the openings? It's impossible. And that's why one of the ideas to get a way better, it's not about just playing more games, but a way more to listen to guys who have different ideas that work, and ideas that you may never come up over the board, because this is the classical game. In the classical game, that's the point of having a lot of time to figure out something that is absolutely necessary, not because of one move. It is the position that you need to know it very deeply, and after the analysis is over, you can check out with the engine. For example, we are completely wrong because there is the tactics nobody of us just mentioned. But I bet that the 90% of the analysis, if you compare with the lines, would be pretty much valid because they are based on the ideas, not the variations. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why if you have a lot of time and if you are serious about chess, I mean serious in the sense that you would like to progress every time, not just play out for fun and so on, and it is not a blitz game, neither bullet, you must think about the dream position. You need to generate the ideas and combine them, and after that, you just merge them, or you can check them out, or even filter out with the help of the lines. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, yes, it makes sense, yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why I am just a little bit, let's say, pissed off, not because your ideas are wrong. As Pios mentioned, your ideas are great, but your ideas themselves can hold you or stop you at the level of 17 or 1800 ELO. Our ideas, Pio and my combined, can help you to reach 21 or maybe 2200. Of course, with a lot of work and so on, playing, let's say, games, analyzing, and so on. Got it? And that's why try to generate more ideas, because if you generate more, let's say, in a simple way, you generate 3 dream position at this, let's say, position right now. After that, you can see which one is the most promising. And you can check out if there are no mistakes, I mean tactical mistakes most often, with the help of the help of filtering out the blunders. Got it? But you will have 3 ideas, like 3 dream positions. And many times with the calculation of the variations, the dream positions are something like interchangeably. So like you can get with the different lines into the very similar or identical dream positions. And believe me, it works. Got it?
Yeah.
And that's why at this position, a little bit more analysis right now. You have the bishop that is on the same diagonal as the king. You have the line. If it will be open, you're attacking the king. This is the queen that is attacking the rook. The rook is not over the open files. The king is not in the corner. It will be a way more safe spot for the king. The knight is not developed, and the rooks are not connected. This is the elements that you need to think over. Got it? At the same time, after you generate few, let's say, dream positions, then you can check out which ones can or cannot be refuted by lines, I mean by tactic, right? Because, for example, nobody mentioned that you can play here, right?
Yes, I
But
saw
take
that,
notice,
but I
after
think
queen check-
it's too many checks.
Yeah, but I'm
so
just
it was very
I'm
silly.
just saying, after this
Yeah.
capture, you are just getting into the end game, right? And with the end game, the king is safe, you can develop the pieces pretty quickly and so on. Got it? And therefore, Pio didn't even mention this line because he intuitively knew that this line doesn't make too much sense, right? And that's why at this moment, you need to think about the, let's say, dream position and think if you can get or reach this position. At the same time, if you are getting into the lines, because I know you need to have the critical positions, not just the theoretical ones, take notice this is the idea we discussed. The problem is that the king can be chased by the queen from f6. But if you develop the knight immediately right here, the check would be not possible. Therefore, maybe the plan would be to get the rook f8, then knight f6, not to allow the check, and then stepping back from the line, getting into the b6, and then, for example, exchanging the bishops. Can you see that?
Yes, it makes sense to protect the f6 square.
And that's why at this moment you will be, how to say, avoiding hundreds of variations, because it doesn't, let's say, help you too much to, let's say, waste a lot of energy just because you can calculate. Got it?
Yeah.
And that's why get with these ideas to generate more ideas, and step by step you will see which one are working or not. Go on. Go on with the analysis.
All right. I
Alright.
played rook f8.
F8.
He develops a knight, which was fair, I think. Well, he was trying to get away to play some queen, king e2 to connect those rooks, which I think was correct. I wasn't sure if I can take this pawn because I mean, this one obviously.
Okay.
This one obviously.
Look about this. Without calculation. If you take this pawn, doesn't help you to make your king more safe.
Well, but pawn is a pawn.
No. I'm asking about king safety, not about the pawn.
No, okay, but well, chess is a little bit more concrete, and
okay, but a way higher level.
Yes,
a
but
way higher
maybe
level.
okay, but well, if I can manage to escape with a pawn up, it may lead to, for example, a winning endgame. Of
Okay.
course, maybe I
I'll
didn't.
ask
I
the
was
different way.
considering this.
Yeah, I got it. I'll ask the different way. Can you calculate the same level as international master? That's it.
No, I can't.
And then if you are going into this one, then you are getting into the position that I'll try to show that I am that strong as international master. If you are, let's say, FIDE master, international master, yes, you are calculating this. But remember what we started with? We were mentioning that the idea is to have the king safe, correct?
Yeah.
It was the main idea, beside the one that you just mentioned, the rook is hanging and so on. Therefore, at this moment, start not with the capturing the pawns. I do not mean it's wrong. It can be brilliant. But it's something like if you start to make all of the time the ideas that are contradicting your main goal, at this moment your main goal is to make the king safe, you'll start to get into the positions that you will not be able to comprehend. For example, if you capture the pawn, I am just connecting the rooks, having our king, my king, very safe. At the same time, I can start to throw dead checks on you. I can even pin this pawn or the other one, and I can bring the knight closer. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And are you going to calculate everything literally? Are you strong enough to do it?
Well, the thing is, my opponent is almost the same strength as me, so he's not going to calculate as well as the international master. So you need to take it into
correct.
account.
And are you implying that the fact that the opponent is not international master, you want to learn to play bad chess? That's the point?
No, I mean, for example, I don't see much danger in this particular position. And if I think, if my intuition tells me that taking this pawn might be not so bad, then I will not think about such moves as, for example, knight e7. Of course, it's relatively good because you protect the f6 square, for example. You put the pressure on this pawn, but I don't know. Something just told me to take the pawn.
Okay, you want to play the risky way, right? You do not want to play the correct way, but the risky way, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to play risky way, no problem. But take notice one important factor. You can remind yourself, or you can remind yourself on the chessboard as well, maybe in your scores as well, whenever you start wasting a lot of time, a lot of energy, and you will lose on time due to the blunder in any games for the next, let's say, 6 months, maybe a year, just remind my piece of advice. Is that okay?
Okay.
That's it. You can continue, please.
Yeah. So I took the pawn. He played king e2, which was reasonable. He wants to have this rook connected. And I played knight c6. I was considering knight d2, but
97.
I just knight d7, but I just saw that there is knight f3, and now if he plays knight f3, I can exchange the knights, and I thought this position after exchanging those knights will be relatively not bad. So yeah, that was my line of thinking.
Pretty impressive.
I think your plan is terrible. I think your plan is terrible.
Yes, I agree, but I just ask one simple question to Nikos. Do you see the threat?
Well,
because probably you are completely not aware of the threat, and that's the problem. Of course, it is the connection that you start to go into the mayhem before getting into the so-called normal mode.
Well,
can you see the threat?
Not really.
And that's why, because you are arguing with the dream position, remember?
Yeah, so what's the threat?
Look, I'm just showing you.
No, not really. This bishop's still here.
Yes, of course. If you'll be playing stronger players, you'll see what I mean. Because this player probably will not exploit it. The other players who are way stronger will exploit it. This is the threats. I do not mean they are the moves that will be played out instantly, but I'm just showing you that at this moment, because this is the position, both kings are, let's say, in the position that are not super safe, the heavy pieces or major pieces are still on the board. and you haven't developed your pieces. At the same time, you didn't protect the f6 square as we just mentioned. Remember, SPO just stated that this square may be important, right?
Yes.
And that's why if you are playing this way, I'm not sure if you can manage this. Of course, maybe with the weaker players, yes, but with the stronger players, you'll see that they will just outsmart you. Please go on.
Okay, so he played knight f3 as I was thinking. And yeah, as I said, I was trying to exchange those knights to have a little bit less complex position. And so I did.
This is the correct approach, by the way. Less complex position if you have the advantage. This is correct.
So if here I thought that my position is not so bad, because I think all the problems are, maybe not all the problems, but the major problems are more or less solved. My king is not as weak as it was. So yeah, well, now I was thinking maybe taking the pawn is some sort of a move to not give here any checks.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you are on the same line. Wait a second. How are you going to make the checks?
Well, as I'm saying, if he would have taken here, then there's the check here.
Oh, you mean I thought you mean the bishop would take it, not the queen. The queen doesn't make sense. The queen has this ideas, right?
Yeah, but I play here, and there's no such ideas.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute. You get mated.
Here.
Almost.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Almost
here.
get mated. That is this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but it's not about the checkmate. About the depth. Not depth. The attacks. The danger.
Yeah. That's very dangerous.
Therefore, it's some like playing with fire. That's what I would say. Playing with fire.
Okay. Yeah.
His king is much more safer than your king.
Yes, absolutely.
Your king is just because of this complicated pawn, and I mean your lack of development, because he's okay. He's okay. You don't have an attack.
I have one move, and I'm all good.
Are you sure?
I put the bishop on. I put the bishop on c6, and I don't think you can break it so easily.
Okay, look at this. If they grab, let's say, the bishop here and the bishop back, if they grab it, they have the passed pawn. What would be your passed pawn? Just show us the passed pawn.
Well, I can, for example, put my rooks here and try to.
No, I mean the passed pawn. I mean the passed pawn, not the rook, just the
passed pawn.
I don't have any passed pawn. And how are you going to win this position if you do not create the passed pawn or checkmate the king? Pretending neither kings would be checkmated. How are you going to
as I said, I might try to activate those rooks on those files, trying to play against those pawns, and also there in some certain variations this king might not be so safe.
You mean this king?
No, I mean this king.
No, this king. You just confused.
No, definitely the white.
No, this king. This king. This king is perfectly safe.
No. Wait a minute. No. Nikos, I want you to be. I mean, you are saying something like, in some variations, this king could be weak.
Yes.
Please show one.
Yes. Show us how.
Guys.
One variation.
No.
Just
let me say.
Because we are talking about chess ideas. We're talking about chess ideas here. We're talking about chess ideas.
Yes.
So
no.
Give us one idea.
Second ago, you were talking about dreaming about a position 15 moves later. So now I can dream about his king being not safe too. What's wrong with that?
No,
that is an idea.
When Thinker talks about ideal positions of pieces, he's talking about you trying to put your pieces in the most active squares, safe squares, in the example of your king. I'm not going to say like, oh, maybe he can blunder his bishop like that. No, this is not the point. I mean, how? Because you say like, in some positions, he can get weaker. How, with normal, good moves, this king could get in worse position? This is my question. Very simple.
And by the way,
Well,
one distinction, because Nikos, I know that you can, let's say, try to use it against me. It's okay, of course. I can hold it. That dream position is the position that you would like to reach if you could be able to do so on a general basis. But if you are talking about the specific lines are proving or disproving if you can reach that dream position or if you cannot. If you do not have the technical lines or the specific lines, as you just mentioned, the dream position would make no sense at all. Got it? And that's why sometimes we can talk about the dream position, but other times we can talk about the specific lines to prove that you can try to reach this dream position. Because of course, if this position would be pretty easy for black to have 3 moves, 1, 2, and then probably something like 3 here or there, then you will have a lot of advantages because you will have a very active play, right? But take notice, at this moment, the king is super safe because you do not have the checks squares that are safe to make the checks. You get it? Therefore, probably it will be too slow to throw the checks because your king will be faster destroyed by the white's ideas, especially as they would have 2 pawns over 1 or 2 pawns over 0. That's the point. Am I correct, Piotr? Is that what you mean? Or am I
agree. I totally agree.
Okay.
I totally agree. I mean,
Now,
if you look into, I understand, Nikos, you play this position. You had some feelings for these positions. But we are doing some analysis. And we don't mean to make you down. We are here to make you improve your chess. If you look like in a very objective way right now, can you say black is better in this position?
Well, I think black is alright. I don't see how white can win this game.
Okay, let me make another question. What is the best 2 pieces that you have on black territory? Best 2 pieces.
Yes, it's a very good question.
Well, they don't need to be necessarily in their territory.
This is
they
bullshit.
do their role here.
Don't.
No. This rook is protected very nicely. I play here. I play here.
Oh my god.
I play here, and I win the game. Simply.
I cannot believe in this answer. This is the worst answer ever.
No, because you guys try to dream about position in 20 moves that I will never reach, and I'm trying to be realistic and play moves that are playable.
Okay,
look, engine.
We are not saying we're not saying these positions are this position is not impossible to reach. With the king on c7, come on, king on c7, knight here and bishop here, it's not impossible. It's just natural. It's just natural go.
And you get c4. And you get c4.
It's not about Nikos, my friend. It's not about nice. You put at least one problem. Great. This is how you play chess. You battle ideas. We give you some idea. You spend some time, a lot of time, and then you hit us with c4. Nice, but this is chess. Congratulations. This is what we want from you. Think. It's not because you made that move that the move is correct all the time, even if the engine approves it. In a humanly speaking way, maybe you are wrong. And it's okay, my friend. We are here out to learn. I'm going to learn something from this also. What we are trying to... Look, what we're arguing here. Look at what we're arguing against you. Against your idea. King safety, developer of pieces. And you are saying we are wrong.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying my king is safe here. He can't exploit it, simply.
Are you sure the king safety cannot be exploited? Are you sure about it?
Yes, pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. If you're sure, I'm very glad to see what happens next.
No, okay.
For me, it's like on the edge of the, let's say, losing side. With the practical approach. I do not mean engine, of course, right?
Yeah.
I do not mean engines.
So this was the only move. Here I give a check. I didn't really... Well, rook f... No, he can't play rook f3, so he needs to do something. I'm asking questions. He needs to answer them. So this move, I think this move can be bad. Simply, I'm going to play here soon. Develop my rook. If needed, I will play b6, and I think I'm all right.
Mm-hmm.
And after bishop d7 and b6, what is your plan? Let's say that the white didn't do anything, both kings are pretty at the same positions, and you play b6 and bishop d7, or bishop d7, b6 with the move order changed. What would you do next? What would be your plan? What would you like to achieve?
Well, b6 I would play if I was forced to. Otherwise, I would like to play, for example, a6 here and exchange those bishops. But if my opponent doesn't let me, for example, by playing like this, then I'm probably forced to play b6.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay. I'm not saying I'm better in this position. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm winning. It's like I don't think that what your guy is saying that the danger is so big. I think I am totally holding on here. And my plan would be like probably rook c8, just trying to make this position more solid.
And are you going to play with the king in the center between two rooks? Are you too afraid of some of the ideas like the rook here, bishop here, and so on, trying to attack you? Are you too afraid of that?
Well, it is a problem, but this rook is very nicely protecting. He needs some time to do all those things. It's not so easy to try to attack me out of nowhere.
And what do you mean by out of nowhere? If the opponent's pieces are active, what do you mean out of nowhere? Because I'm not sure if I understand it.
Well, my rook is protecting. How are you going to progress?
No, I do not mean to capture this immediately, but I mean something like, as I just mentioned, capture the pawn, then the pawn is the passed one, and at the same time, we can just either go with the rook here, or maybe get two rooks right here. For example, if we just, I'm talking about dream position for a moment. Now attack it with all of the pieces right here. And if you cannot bring the bishop over e6, the other rook will not be able to protect f7. Is that correct?
Yeah, but this will be very hard to achieve.
Okay, if that's the point, let's go on.
So this was, I think, a really bad move because he there was his chance to not exchange those queens. Yeah, lose the pawn, of course, but if, with the queen is on the board, I have some problems, and now we are just getting into an endgame that I have a pawn up, and I am the only one who can win this position.
How can
So
black have no problems, and at the same moment you just say that to exchange queens will make you have no problems? You say black have no problems. You say with your king on e8, and then to exchange queens makes you more comfortable. Oh, wow.
It will be way easier. It will be way easier if I exchange queens, but I don't mind the queens being on the board because I don't see that he immediately can exploit this position. So he gives me pretty much easier game by exchanging those queens.
Yes, I agree. With the exchanging queens, his attack is practically speaking close to zero. You can now, but take notice now, after queen exchanges, you can now stave off the attacks pretty easily. And now I agree that all of the advantage for white that they should exploit different way by not exchanging the queens now evaporated. All of the advantage. Yes. At least it is my, let's say, estimation, evaluation.
I don't think there was any advantage, but okay.
I thought it was practical, a big advantage, especially at this level. I mean, practical advantage, not evaluation, but practical one.
Okay.
And by the way, after the queen exchanges, is it the middle game for you or the end game? How are you evaluating this? Do you have any distinction between these two phases?
Well, I
after
think
queen exchanges.
I think it's more of an end game right now. I didn't really think about it. It was just I was like, okay, I'm a pawn up, but I'm not sure I am active enough to win this position because he has this f6 square, which is really weak, and and I have some problems that he's very active. Even though he's down a pawn, he might put me in some hard position, and this is what happened actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so we exchanged it, and he took with a king.
Why
Look who's the queen, the king. What is that?
Yeah, I don't get it. Was it a mouse click?
No,
Mouse click.
I was thinking she should take with a pawn.
With the pawn?
Yes,
the pawn,
with
you
pawn.
just sorry, wait a second, because I'm not sure if I understand correctly. A little bit back. Like, if you just mentioned that this square is the weak one, after the rook f6 and the rook a f1. Sorry about the arrow. Why not playing here? What is the point of capturing with the king?
Because I was thinking that if he takes with a pawn, then he might play something like f4, and it will be, and he has this file, and it will not be so easy to break.
What he has?
I don't know. Then we get to such position that I'm not sure I am able to win. Then this pawn is hanging too.
Yeah.
No,
why
I would.
The position?
Yeah, I would.
To
be honest, I would consider to take with the pawn also. Thinking about this and thinking about the same thing that Nikos said, but I also can see this is a soft spot. I think it's not so easy decision to make, Mr. Thinker.
Maybe
take with the king's bananas. To take with the king's bananas to me makes no sense. Worst capture ever. But this to me it's very hard to evaluate what is the best capture.
But look about this, my friend. Look about this. If we capture with the rook, what is the plan to stop, to go into the f6 square with doubling? Jesus Christ, this arrow. With doubling the rooks, and then starting to go with the king, for example, like that, capturing with the pawn and having the passed pawn. I mean, general plan. I mean, the simplest is to go rook f6 and rook a f1 with all of the ideas combined, and the pawns are intact on the second rank. Why not like that? I do not mean it's better, but I'm saying I think, at least for my standpoint, it's easier, less calculation, and easier
very simple.
Let's say combine ideas, right?
Very simple. Yeah, I agree. Now I understand the Nikos point because he have at least some idea. Glue this, make this safe, and bring the rook. That's I understand that. But yeah, I mean, looks like to take with the rook and play rook f6 here. I mean, I don't know how this rook is going to leave this file forever. I don't think it's possible for this rook to leave this file. Because, for example, you takes with the rook. What is the next rook of black here? To play this instantly, but then there is you're going to just play that.
Actually, black can hold it. Black can hold it because they can, for example, go, as Nikos mentioned, b6, bishop b7, king e7, rook here. If the bishop would capture, they can go rook h8 and capture the h-pawn. Therefore, this position now is equal. But I mean, something like in a practical application, the rook f3 would make more sense, at least to me. I do not mean it's better objectively, but to me, for having this square covered, having doubling rook on the half-open file at the pawn that is pretty easy the target, at the same time, we can switch the rooks onto the squares that we can go from the other direction. This is my point.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And that's why, of course, capturing with the pawn is not a blunder in a general sense, but it's something like getting a way easier for black to defend, at least from my standpoint.
Makes sense.
What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that this is a very simple and I think enough of a plan.
Okay, go on next.
So I played h6 because I was considering a5, but then I didn't want to play it because this is the same color of the color of the bishop. So I played h6 for the pawn being on dark square.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it makes much of a difference because now rook f6 maybe gets with a tempo. But I don't know. I just thought this will be better. I don't know.
There's one important question, at least for me. If you have the pawn and the opponent the opponent did capture, because it's not the variation that we are looking at. Give me a second. Wait, capture and play h6.
Yes, I was looking, of course, of f6 too, but
why not?
Yeah,
to
well,
immediately remove the pawn.
well, I was thinking about it, but I wasn't sure. I don't really remember why I did that. I was thinking of f6 and probably didn't like something. I don't know.
Okay, if that's the
Don't
point.
remember.
Okay.
I thought h6 is also not can't be a bad move.
No, I do not mean it's a bad one. I mean, some like if you
Yes,
play actively, why you didn't recognize? Why didn't you get into this move into consideration? This one, and then here, maybe here, and the other rook here. And you have
Well,
everything, right?
maybe for example, if I play here, there
Mhm.
might be like king here, here, and this king is very active now.
Yeah, but do you need to capture? Wait a second. After this one, do you need to capture? Can't you go here right now?
Well, I can, but I think this is an improvement.
Yeah, but take notice that you have the king and the rook on the same spot. And for example, after the rook gets here, let's say that they get the autopilot, right? Right here, you play check. After the capture, you win the rook. And if they play here, you play check. If they step back, you exchange the rook, and you have this pawn mass in the center.
I think now there's some tactical issues because
what is the
his
issue?
king basically his king cannot move, because if his king moves,
Yeah.
you're just going to make a mess of pawns. That's very funny.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
Well, maybe like this, then it takes here.
And you exchange
well,
it, right?
Well, this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't like this position as black. I don't like.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, okay, if you consider all these, I think it's okay. But I don't like this position as black. I would not play that.
Okay.
Looks like we cannot. Looks like he.
Here.
Looks like he gets an improvement because his pieces are playing. Bishop and rook are not playing, and his king now is playing.
This may be not the best one. Okay.
But it's a plan. The thing is, it's a plan that you need to consider. Even if it's bad, you need to take a look. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Okay, well, move on. All right.
And show how to refute it, right?
Exactly.
Go on, Nikos.
Yeah.
H6.
So he played rook b1, which makes sense because he puts the pressure on this pawn. I can't really develop now. Well, I was considering something like this and this, but there's like even rook c7, so I immediately rejected it. And I think I played the most reasonable move, which is b6. Now I was a little bit afraid of a plan like a4, a5 to break those pawns.
Yeah.
And I was not sure if I think after a4 it would be pretty hard for me, but he fortunately didn't play it. I don't remember what he played. Okay, he played. I thought during the game this is a very nice move. Trying to put this rook here. I thought this is a nice plan. So yeah, I didn't develop here because this happens. Yeah.
Yeah, and can you recognize it? If he didn't capture with the king would be on e2, and he can have these two plans, some like for free. Can you see that?
Yes, for sure.
You would have this some like without any effort, and now
yes.
Guess it's a little bit awkward, at least the king, because take notice, this file, unless you make the lever with the pawn, cannot be reached by the rooks, right?
Yeah.
And this file, as he just, let's say, captured with the rook f3 and doubled, would be pretty easy, and you'll be having at least some trouble to protect the pawn, right? At least some trouble. Yeah. Therefore, it's a little bit illogical, let's say, capture at this point, but okay, I guess he's not a master yet.
Yeah. So I played bishop d7. He puts the rook there, as he should. Yeah. So I protect the pawn. I think the only reasonable move.
Yeah.
Okay, and now he makes the plan of rook f6, of course. And I need to somehow deal with it. And well, I thought this is a good plan to play king e7, try to play rook g8 to pressure this pawn, and in some circumstances maybe play h6 and play rook g5, trying to attack this pawn.
The central
And
pawn.
yeah, yes, the central pawn. If the
Mhm.
king is somewhere different, for example, or in some certain positions.
Mhm.
So this was my plan, to play like this,
Mhm.
to hold this pawn, because I was thinking if this pawn falls, it might be pretty difficult to have some counterplay.
A little bit more precise. Which pawn falls? The central one or the pawn G2?
H6, of course. H6, of course.
H6,
If
okay.
my pawn
Because
falls.
if you're not drawing
No, if
the
my
arrows, sometimes I'm
yeah,
confused.
if my pawn falls, of course.
If your pawn falls, what would be? Can you make the conclusion one more time? If the
Well,
H6 pawn falls.
it will be difficult to stop the passers here. They're running.
And what would be the further conclusion?
That I'm losing.
Yes. And why you are losing?
Because of the passers.
Nope. Passers are additional value. But what would be the main idea that very quickly we can establish that you are losing?
I don't know.
Passers, in fact, are the result, but they not provoke you losing. The question is, what provokes you to get into this position?
No, I mean,
how did you get into that? That's the question.
No, I'm a little bit different.
Okay.
What is the point that at this position, losing the pawn or two may or may not lead to the losing position? That's the point. Nikos, can you answer this question? Because sometimes losing the pawn is draw, let's say, regardless what happens on the board.
This is a very important pawn. He protects these two guys from running. I need to keep it. Otherwise...
Okay. But I'll just put the question different way. Regardless which pawn would be lost, how can you know if this would be already losing or now it's in the zone of the drawing chances? Regardless which pawn, right? Because if this pawn, of course, it would be way easier.
Well, because yeah, some pawns are important. The other ones, if you lose, you still can somehow play for the activity.
And that's why I pointed out regardless which pawn. That's why I added it. Otherwise, you will be right.
Mm-hmm.
How can you know if you lose the pawn and the position is still drawn, or now it's already lost? How can you know it? I mean, in a general sense, this one is
that's why I'm not Magnus Carlsen. If I knew it, I would do that. But well, I don't know.
The question is, how do you have this feeling? What causes you have this feeling?
I already told you like 5 times that I have these two passers that I need to deal with.
But this is not the point. No, because it's not the point. It's not the point.
No, you guys ask me why am I losing?
No, I didn't ask
you.
No.
I
asked you, listen closely. I asked you.
Thinker is trying to make a question.
Yes, and very important one. And I don't want to spoil the answer as yet.
Okay.
After a while, if you do not know, I will just help you. But as yet, I don't want to, let's say, reveal the answer. Spoiler alert. I want to know, how can you know without calculation? Maybe I didn't add it. Now I add it strongly. Without calculation, how can you know if losing the pawn at this position leads immediately to the loss, or it's still a draw? Regardless which pawn, regardless.
Well, I don't know because I'm not an engine, but
you do not.
I don't know.
You do not.
I don't know.
You do not know. You have the lack of knowledge, correct?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Okay, and now that's why because it's very common, by the way, and it's nothing to be ashamed of, by the way. Look, do you see the bishops?
Mm-hmm.
Does it sound a bell? Is it some like hint for you now for the answer?
Well, maybe my bishop is not so active, but it doesn't matter in this position.
It doesn't. It doesn't ring the bell. The bishops are the same color. That's the point.
Yes,
the bishops are the same color. If the bishops would be the opposite color, losing the pawn, unless they are two pawns very close to the promotion and so on, some like a super important pawn, unless losing super important pawn, having the deficit up to 2 pawns in the opposite color bishop endgames may lead to a draw. Got it?
Yes, but there are still rooks on the board. You forget about that.
No, I mean generally. I do not take rooks
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about generally. I'm talking about this position. There are rooks on the board. I lose.
But you did not.
I lose.
No. You did not recognize the feature. The feature.
Well,
I do not in the specific sense I mean something like, how can you know which pawn you can afford to lose, invest, or sacrifice? That's what I mean. And you're
okay,
not
but
an engine. Yeah,
I'm
come
talking
on.
about a position with rooks. If there are still rooks on the board, that
Yeah.
might be drawish. But if I lose only with 2 bishops, this is obvious. It's a loss. This is like very
One more time.
easy
If you
knowledge.
lose what? Sorry, I don't get it. One more time. If you lose what?
If I lose a pawn when there are only these 2 bishops on the board,
Is it lost?
well, probably.
Oh, that's the point. And now you need to learn about endgames a little bit more. It can help you not to calculate the stuff you do not need to. That's the point. And you do not need to be the engine. That's why the humans can have some resistance against the engines, at least at specific positions, not from the start of the game, because they, let's say, created the rules, the principles. Got it? And for example, if the bishop, why I am just trying to argue, if the bishop would be standing here or there, then either white or black can easily afford to invest the pawn, sacrifice the pawn, easily, because the bishops would be the opposite color. Got it? And I'm not talking that's because rooks are here. I'm talking about because the bishops are here. Because rooks at some point can be exchanged. If bishops would be exchanged, I would be arguing with you a little bit different. How can you know if in the rook endgames, this pawn or this pawn can be, let's say, invested or sacrificed, and the position will be still drawn? If you do not have this knowledge, all of the calculation, all of the plans may be a way more difficult if you had this knowledge before. What about that, Pio? Do you agree on that? That it would be a way easier to create the plans if you know which pawn you can invest, which pawn you can sacrifice before you make a deep calculation. What about that, my friend Pio?
Yes, I think it makes sense. I mean, but I think for different reasons. I think okay, you're talking about bishops of the same squares in a very crude way, like in a very raw way, and I cannot not look at the position and see that this bishop have no access to the king side. Okay, have no access to that.
Activity.
So yes, basically this bishop can be seated here and support this pawn doing nothing. And this bishop can just sit and cry. So basically, looking at that is like it's yes.
Same pawns on the colors. That's the problem.
Exactly. You cannot play with this bishop.
Here, the bishop is way more powerful because the pawns are not, let's say, disturbed with the bishop's actions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nikas, are you ready for the next part of analysis?
Okay,
yeah,
king
so
e7.
King e7 to. So he attacks my pawn, and well, I need to protect it. So I think the only way is to push it. Okay, and now I saw that he might play here. I, for example, play here, and he can exchange it. Then I take here.
Oh, wait a second. What happens if he just pushes and threatens to capture the pawn? What happens?
Well,
he just pushes.
Then I planned to play rook c8 possibly to try to counter some these pawns, or possibly rook g5. But I didn't see from far away that there is king f4 because I saw this position earlier, but I didn't see that after I play rook g5 there's king f4. So I can either go to c8 or maybe try to go to the g5 or something like that. Because my point is, if I take here, this rook is hanging, but this king is also always protecting this.
And now the question, because now it would be probably a way more sense, as I just mentioned about the same color bishops. How can you know if it is better to play rook g8 or rook c8? How can you know which one is better? Do you have any intuition, any gut, any conclusion, any calculation, whatever it is? But how can you know? I do not mean you do not know, but I'm super curious. How can you distinguish which one is better? Especially without, let's say, a lot of thoughts, a lot of calculation, and so on. Probably Pio is interested as well.
Well, because after I play rook g8, and if he plays g3, then then it's hard to progress. Anyhow, but if I play on this file,
Mhm.
then for example, I might try to convert this
Is it
rook
easier to
here.
progress?
I guess maybe. I don't know. No, I'm not sure about this position.
Yes,
But
I
do
mean,
you-
one. Yes, your bishop. I mean, his bishop was pretty good doing here. Okay, if his
Mhm.
bishop is going to just do that, he's just losing the touch here, right? He's just losing some
Yes.
squares here. You have access to these squares. I mean, if the bishop goes here, for example, right? You have access to these 3 squares
Well,
very
but he
easy.
can bring the king, right?
Yes, he can, but that's even if he brings the king, let's say he brings the king, you can have access to at least this one. I don't know. That depends.
Mhm.
Or you can just
Maybe
do crazy reroutes.
Maybe I'll ask this way, because probably it can help you in the, let's say, games in the future. For example, if you play rook here, take notice that if the opponent plays b6, your only idea would be some like to continue is to have the rooks activating, either attacking the rook, either attacking the pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nikos.
Yes,
Make
yes,
sense?
yes, yes.
But if you get
Mhm.
the rook c8, take notice, as our friend Pio mentioned, you can just get the rook onto more space, more actions, and easier to go.
Yes, the thing is, I didn't really want to play rook c8 because I was afraid if I lose this pawn, it will be hard to defend against those pawns. And if I focus, for example, if my rook was on a5 and those pawns are running, it's not so easy to defend.
Okay, fair point, fair point. I do not mean it's the best move according to the engine, but fair point.
Yeah, the point of a thinker, I think it's like to consider some new ideas always. Good,
But-
good.
Yeah, and I played rook g8, which was wasn't the best because I missed obviously the most simple move ever.
The simplest move ever. Nice. What is this game?
What?
Chess.
Chess? I thought chess was hard, right?
Okay, rook
I apologize
g6.
for irony.
And I think rook g6 was
It's
not
great.
the best try.
Okay, rook g6 is
Yeah, I
interesting
think-
at least. Okay, you can say you can talk, Nikos. I'm just saying it's
You can
interesting.
continue, Nikos. Go on.
Yeah, no, so this is pretty simple. If he takes I take here, and if he moves the rook somewhere, I might play here, but I don't like to do such moves because it's so passive that I can barely move my pieces. But well, it's at least protecting the pawn, so I thought this might be some try. So yeah, that's why I played it.
Actually, it's a very good move because it is consistent. You
Yeah.
either force the rook to exchange and protect the pawn that will be not able to destroy it, and at the same time, you just decrease the pressure over your pawn that is on the f7 square. If he, of course, in the future, if he just try to attack it beforehand with these double ideas, right, with the rooks. Therefore, at this moment, your thinking, your ideas are, at least from my standpoint, pretty coherent.
Yeah, makes sense.
So he come back the rook. And now actually I forgot what I was thinking about this position, but well,
I mean, now you can play rook g5, right?
Yes, a very easy move. You're attacking
yeah,
the pawn that cannot be protected
yes,
by
I think I
any
played
other
it.
pawns.
I think I played it. Yes, I played rook g5. Yes. So I play rook g5 because there's no this.
Yes.
He plays here. Now
Yeah.
my idea was rook c8, since there are some tricks. For example, if he takes this pawn, then I might throw this move.
Yeah.
And then if he takes, I take here, and the a2 pawn is hanging, and the bishop is hanging. So I think that's losing.
Yes,
Okay.
tactically, let's say, tactically corrected, so to speak.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, so I
pretty good
think-
in that.
So I think this was like very natural. And
Yeah, at this moment,
I
pretty.
think he should play c3 there. And then I was thinking of rook c5, I think.
Wait a second. You said that he should play c3. If you play rook
Yes.
c8, why it's not better to capture on h5? Why it's not better?
Because of rook c4.
Okay, show me. After playing the rook c8 with the variation, I capture here, you recapture, I capture here, and you capture the pawn, correct?
No. I mean, this is also good, but I thought it will be like this.
Yeah?
Oh no, it's not this position, not in this position. Never mind. I don't really know what I was
I mean,
thinking
like,
here.
instead of playing c3, why not to capture the pawn immediately? That's the point. Do you know what I mean? Look about this, because
Yes,
it's not about
but
it's not about
yes, I think
arguing.
to play bishop
It's
e8.
about the
Yeah, and
attack
especially
over the pawn. That previously rook f6 was the idea. Now you're attacking the pawn, right?
yes,
And now,
I
if you
don't
bring
really
the
remember.
bishop here, wait a second. Why cannot I move? It's white to move now, because you capture the pawn, right? Okay, you cannot capture the pawn. First, you need to go with here, not to lose the pawn, otherwise you lose the game. Correct?
Yes.
And now, at this moment, after the bishop a8, bishop e8, I can have these two pawns going to the promotion, right? Of course, one is the passed pawn, and the other one is the supporting one. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And now, who do you think is better at this position, white or black?
White, of course, white.
Of course, white, right?
Yeah.
And how can you prove it that it's black?
I'm not trying to prove it. I'm saying white is better.
And that's why I am countering this to. Do you know what is the devil's advocate?
I don't know.
Do you know this idea? The devil's advocate. Have you heard it?
No.
The devil's advocate is the idea to counter all of your arguments, regardless of the power of these arguments, to force you to get outside of the box. You know what is outside the box thinking?
Yeah, like some creative thinking.
Yes, something like creating thinking, and at the same time, the thinking that may not occur in a normal circumstances, right? For example, if we with Pio would agree with everything what you say, even if you will be very pleased, probably you will not learn anything, right? Or mostly anything. But if you are arguing sometimes with you, and we are trying to make some kind of devil's advocate idea, then you can try to see the position and the ideas from different angle. Got it?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking you, because I just tricked you into this one. Now we have the pass pawn right here, and white is already better, and so on.
Well,
right?
I know what I wanted to do in this position, because this was concrete that I have this plan of rook c4 and trying to win this pawn. I didn't know if it's good tactically, but well, I didn't see anything better than rook c8 in that position, so I was trying to be at least active by rook c4. Well, the pawn is hanging now too, so I don't know.
And that's why I would like to show you that sometimes, let's say, seeing the position, something like without getting into the position a little bit deeper, may be a little bit deceiving. You know what is the deception?
Yeah, it's like being deception. I know what is deceiving, but deception is like being
deception is the noun from the adjective. It's the same but different form. It's the same.
It's being like indoctrinated.
It's not indoctrinated. No. Deceiving means that I would like to trick you, or your eyes would like to trick you. Got it? I do
it's like
something that you cannot recognize what is that, and you think one, and this is the second one of the ideas. Got it? For example, deceiving in a simplest way would be to show you that you are up a queen, but you either cannot recognize it, either you are blind because 2 pawns or 3 pawns are on the 7th rank and the king is safe. Even if you are 3 pawns up, even if you are up a queen, but 3 pawns on the 7th rank going to the promotion will be winning for the side that doesn't have the queen. Make sense? And now I show you why this position is deceiving. Why this position seems easy, but technically it's way more difficult than that. Now, at this moment, as we just see, the pawn cannot be won. We have 2 pawns as white, right? And it seems like that at this moment, the white position is way better. And it is the deception. After bishop here to protect the pawn, can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now we are throwing the rook check. Now the king gets to the square d3. Now we are going into rook a4. And take notice, these pawns are not fast enough. But because we'll be having this threat, can you see the threat?
Yes. Yeah. This is a problem.
Yes, and that's why the king needs to step back to that dark square. Let's say at this moment e3 to step back from the pin. From the X-ray. And now at this moment we are going, after the king gets here, to the square a4. Sorry, not a4. Wait a second.
No,
I just
here.
I just messed up. No,
E4.
Wait a second.
E4, I mean.
We go e4. Yes, e4. Sorry, can I delete it? Give me a second. Delete the move. Yes. Now, one more time. Check. The king goes to the, the rook goes to here. Now, at this moment, we threatened this move. Now the threat is no longer, let's say, in the position. And now at this moment, after the king goes here, the king needs to... wait a second. I was a little bit confused by myself. Sorry about it. One more time. Because sometimes the variations are a little bit misleading. One more time. King d3 going here. King d3. Rook goes here. Now the king gets e3.
Yes, and this is why I chose this variation, because there is this threat. He needs to move the king. I win the pawn simply with check.
Yes, probably the simplest would be here. Yes, check. Now the king step back, and now we capture, right? And now, even though these pawns are going to the promotion, now the problem is the following. First of all, we have 3 pawns, the central ones. Second of all, the king cannot help the pawns going to promotion. And the third of all, white cannot infiltrate the position. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why these pawns are too slow without the support of the pieces, and especially because it is the end game, without the support of the king. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's why sometimes it's a little bit difficult to see this type of variations. But if you spot this, that after the check, if the king and the rook would be on the same line, right, it would be the winning, right?
Yeah.
And of course, if the king gets here, we immediately win the pawn. And what's important, the rook and the pawns and the king would be going here, especially having the king bishop with the pawns that would be going forward, but these pawns would be pretty quickly as well going to the promotion, and bishop and the rook together with the pawns would be string rolling to the king. Make sense?
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes such positions, even if you think, oh, I am 2 pawns up, it must be better, right? It must be better. Sometimes it's not as easy as that. Of course, it wasn't like that.
Not so simple, yeah. I have a question, Thinker. In that variation that you play, no, wait. Oops. That was a little bit of a... okay, so... is this variation... Bishop here, then he plays that. Check. Why to play here and not to play here directly?
It could be as well.
I think you win a tempo. I think you win a tempo playing this. Because here, play there, here, and then he plays something, you're just going to play, you're going to take it. And here you just play that. He needs to move. I think you win a tempo.
Okay, maybe it's correct. Okay, because I wanted to, let's say, make the move. What I mean by that, I wanted to make the move to have 2 ideas at the same time, right? To throw the the pawn and then get back here and the king, for example, like that.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah. I was a little bit confused. I was like, wait, what? He plays here to play that, but this pawn is more important. But okay, but you get to the check. But okay, you just want. You just want to show an idea. I just was like a little bit confused because maybe I missed something. I just want to be sure that I didn't miss some hidden
you
idea.
didn't miss. Yes, you didn't miss. As I, for example, if you play at this moment, wait a second, at this moment, if you play here, you immediately step back from the line of attack, and then capturing is, let's say, immediate. But if you go here, at this moment, it is, I'm like, oh, he'll go here for the pawn, and he can miss it.
Yeah, okay. You can set a
Like
trap. I get it.
A little bit,
I bet he would
yes,
use it, of course.
a little bit
Because he-
human-like trap, right? And if you play
Mhm.
here, oh, he's going to capture the pawn, then maybe I'll protect here, right? So I'm like a little bit different idea, and you this way maybe a little bit, let's say, less, easier to spot, because at this moment you have this stuff, something like closing the king. Can you see that? Some like checkmate net.
Correct.
Makes sense?
Makes sense.
But both are okay, of course. Okay, Nikos, please continue.
Sure. Okay, so plays that. You play rook c5. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play rook a5, I guess.
I want to play rook a5, yeah.
Well, makes sense.
I was like, okay, I don't want to protect this pawn so passively, so I was trying to make something. He took.
Yeah, I mean,
and here a little trick. I was sure he's not gonna fall for it, but I was like, okay, I'll try. Maybe he will. Of course, he can't take here because of this, and this is winning. But he correctly played king d3, and now of course takes, and I protect, and we're basically in almost the same position, but the pawn is on c3. And I play here soon. But now in this position, I was pretty much only thinking about this move, and I thought I am worse, that it will be not so easy to draw, because this, and well, I don't know what to do. This protects the pawn, so yeah. Fortunately, he didn't play it, and play.
Let's pretend he plays that, okay, for a while. Let's pretend.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you are worse, but it's hard to play. It looks hard to play.
That's what I mean. After bishop e8, let's say that he plays that. What about rook c5? How can you win this for white, or at least to make a huge pressure for white? You just step back,
I guess.
And how are you going to continue? I mean, for white, of course. To press for the win, because I do not see specific idea that you can exploit here.
Well, I think we need to move the bishops somewhere back.
Yeah, I was about to say something like that.
And push those pawns. And well, this rook is kind of disconnected from those pawns because this bishop is in the way. So if he manages to play like this and push those pawns, maybe it's a draw, but I'm not comfortable to play this position.
Yes, but you need to learn such positions as well. Otherwise, you will be missing against stronger players, right? Look, after bishop d1, in order to have this position protected and then pushing the pawn together maybe with the rook, now we are playing pretty easy move, attacking the pawn, right? After you protect the pawn, you activate the piece. Now, if you push the pawn, capture with the rook, capture, and then you're having all of the pawns attacked, and at the same time you have two passers as the opponent, I mean the rook endgames. Make sense?
Yeah.
And if you step back into that c2 square in order to have all of these pawns protected, now we are playing a very important move. Can you find it? Very important move. Can you find for the move for black, Nikos?
Let me think.
Okay. Because previously I was talking about the same color bishops. Now we are talking about what happens, let's say, with the position we have the passers and so on. And this is the way to learn the game deeper. Merging the ideas, testing out the lines, drawing conclusions. Do you agree on that, my friend Pia?
Well, I don't think it works, but I would like to put at least one piece on the king side. And I mean, the only piece that can go to the king side. I'm not sure. This okay, okay. I was thinking
Yes.
about bishop e2, but I think it doesn't work because of that. I mean, I want
This is the
just to
move.
play.
And now, after the
Oh,
capture
bishop
takes
c4.
place
All right.
here, we capture and take the pawn, and therefore it's not the passer any longer, right?
Makes sense.
Right? Therefore, h4, just a few more moves. h4 playing on the board. Now, white exchanging the bishops. The king recaptures, and now we have very important move. Rook check. The king step back, not to allow the rook to get from the bottom of the board from behind. And now, after the king gets to c2, we are going rook c5. And it seems like, wait a second, the pawn is going forward, right? After rook c5. Let's have a look. Now, and after the pawn move forward, look what happens. Now we have the pawn d4. Can you see that? And very important, we exploit the fact that we are pinning the pawn, attacking for the second time, and attacking both pawns on the same line that doesn't have any protection. Got it? And now you can say, okay, but I will be bringing the pawn even farther. Rook check on the c3 square. Now we are going the king step back. And now after the king step back to the square d2, we are capturing the pawn. And now if white has this and the pawn move forward, they are winning. Make sense? But after rook gets to h5 at this moment, what do we have to draw the position? The only move, because the king is too far away, therefore rook g8, and after the pawn here, then capture, 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 and now this is a draw. Do you see that, Nikas?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions, any comments about this position?
I mean,
no?
If I saw it on the board, I mean, it's easy to say it now. It's harder to play it when you're sitting there.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the ideas, not the specific line
sure,
that you need to memorize,
Yeah,
but rather
yeah.
about activity of the pieces, right? Opening up the lines, exploiting the pins, and so on, right? I'm not asking about memorizing this line by no means.
Yeah, we are not. You act, Nikos, like you are offending you about your gameplay. This is not the point, my friend. This is not the point. The point is that he's pointing ideas for you to use in your next games. We're not criticizing
Nikos,
your ideas.
Yes,
it's just
one
that.
more point, Nikos. We never have the intention. I speak with our friend behalf as well. We never have the intention, if we are working with you seriously, if we are not trolling, of course, right? If we are working with seriously, we never have the intention to show you that you are stupid, that you are worthless, that your ideas are completely rubbish, and so on. It's never.
Even if you are.
It doesn't matter, but it's not the intention.
Exactly.
The intention is to, is to help you, is to show you what you may not know as yet, is to show you how you can learn it, and to expand your arsenal, the chess arsenal. And if you can make it, and if you can apply it, I believe, strongly believe, that our friend and me will be very proud that you are using our ideas, because we'll be having the credits. Am I correct, Pia?
Exactly. I mean, I didn't see that bishop c4 and then you get into a equal end game and then that is d4. I didn't see that. I'm not mad because I didn't see that. Don't get mad because you didn't see something. Yeah, don't get mad. We're just exploring ideas, so you learn with that. Just don't get sad with that.
Everybody learns.
Yes,
if the learning process is set up correctly, everybody learns. Everybody.
Yeah. Just feel,
therefore,
my friend,
Nikos,
chill.
do not take anything personal. If you are saying that you're wrong, your ideas is not correct, your lines has the hole, and so on, never take it personal. Nobody of us want to insult you, to make fun of you, and so on. It's the learning process. And having the ideas that doesn't work is even better, because next time your opponent will not exploit it to you. Got it?
Exactly.
Therefore, do not feel offended. Do not feel some kind of bad whenever we say, no, it's wrong. No, you cannot play like that. It's not nothing personal. It's like exchanging the ideas with the best way to help you to improve. If we didn't, let's say, refuted the stuff that you say, probably it would be either perfect or flawless game. Either we will not help you, we'll just praise you. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I'll just show you this move with the idea of having these two passers, how to deal with that. And next time, if you either look at this line and draw the conclusions, if the opponent or if the position will be, let's say, very similar, you'll know how to react. Okay?
Yeah.
And now continue. Rook f2, your opponent make a mistake. Go on.
Yeah, so I obviously played this because he now can protect a pawn because this is a skewer. So yeah, so I'm just basically winning a pawn. And at this point, I was thinking that this probably is winning, but I still was afraid of those two passers and wasn't sure how to play against them. So I mean, I know that I have free pawns here as well that might run, but I wasn't sure if it's so easy to do.
Yeah.
But the game kept on going pretty much.
Wait a second. Not so fast. Please slow down a little bit. Another question, because take notice, this question's idea is to have you more aware about the potential drawing chances. What needs to happen at this position in general, besides blundering, to defend it from the white standpoint after you capture the pawn? How white should organize the defense, so to speak?
Well, white needs to put the rook behind the pawns and try to push them.
Okay, if this doesn't work for whatever reason, what would be another idea?
Sorry? I have other answer.
Yeah, but I mean something like if you may not be winning, because you said that it may not be winning, right? That you're not sure if it is winning. Yeah. Am I correct? And that's why try to generate idea what would be the possible defense for the defending side. Because of course you capture the pawn, but capturing a pawn doesn't always mean that you're winning the game. Make sense?
Yes, of course. Yes.
And that's why try to generate the idea. Remember, we are trying to help you to improve your game. What would be the idea for white to defend this position beside the plan that you mentioned? It is a very good one, very simple one, pushing the pawns together with the bishop and the rook. Because this is a great plan, but there may not be possible to exploit it, as you mentioned many times.
I'm not sure. I can't find anything different for white. I mean, this is pretty much the only counterplay they have.
Yes, otherwise... but I noticed that you need to learn endgames a little bit deeper. And it is not about to insult you or to decrease your value as the person, just player, so on. But I'm some like from that friendly reminder. You got the point? Friendly reminder. Try to learn more ideas about the endgame. Of course, by ideas, I do not mean the specific endgames that can play out and remember 20 moves in advance, but rather the general ideas. You remember the idea, of course, you must remember, it's not if you remember. Do you remember the idea if white... I'm just showing what is left on the board, okay? What is left on the board? Can you see that? Can you see this position? I mean, what is left on the board is highlighted with the, let's say, color.
Yeah, this is a draw. This is a draw.
And why it is a draw? Do you need to calculate it?
No, because this is the bad square.
Yes. And how quickly you recognize that this is a draw? How quickly?
Well, it doesn't matter now. I mean...
It matters a lot. No, Nikos. I need to stop you. It matters a lot. I apologize. It matters a lot.
No, because the white is not the one who's playing for the win. I am playing for the win.
No. I mean the general ideas that you need to apply in the games that will be playing against.
The position. This is not
relevant. Very relevant. Very relevant. Very relevant. In a moment, I'll show you why. Please do not argue with me because it is a little bit rude. I do not want to sound rude, but believe me, arguing is perfectly fine as long as you make the arguments, Nikos. I value very much.
Why is this okay? So why is this relevant in this position?
In a second, I will tell you. If you'll be arguing, I will not tell you because you will be arguing. If you let me, I will explain it. If you don't, you will not learn anything from me. Of course, if you do not want to learn anything from me, it's perfectly fine. Just tell me. Look, if you understand this idea and immediately recognize this is the draw, you must know that the bishop doesn't control the square of the promotion and the king can block it. Got it?
Yes.
And the same is with the position. Sorry?
But this is simple.
Yeah. And the stuff that I'm asking. Yeah, but what I'm asking is simple as well. On a little bit higher level. Look, the defense at this position relies on not only these two pawns and pushing them. Of course, it's the general plan that you recognize very quickly. It's well done. but it's the other idea. Can you see what I am highlighting? Sorry, the other way. One more time. What I'm highlighting, only what I am highlighting. Can you see that?
Yes, and this
And
is
do you know
winning.
what is the point? Do you know what is the point?
I mean, maybe if I capture the pawn, there is the endgame is drawn.
No. It's not about capturing the pawn. Look closely about only the highlighted pieces. Only the highlighted pieces. Nothing
Yes,
more.
and if your
By the way,
point
the
is
pawn
that
is not highlighted. Sorry, I'm just maybe not sure if because I see on the screen the pawn is highlighted. It shouldn't be. Wait a second. On the PO. Okay, now the pawn is not highlighted. I mean, only maybe I'll just make the arrows. Maybe it will be easier. If white has the rook, the king, black has the king, bishop, and the rook, and there are no other pawns.
Yes, that's what I said. This is a draw. The game is drawn.
Yes, and do you know it is a draw, or you think it is a draw?
It is a draw. I know it is a draw.
But how can you know it?
Because it's done by the engine that this is a draw.
Okay. Have you learned that from the engine, from the book, from the coach? Can you tell me?
Well, I just saw that this position is drawn. I don't know if I maybe had such position in the past and I saw it with the engine, or maybe someone has told me, or maybe any other factor. But I just somehow got the knowledge that this is a draw.
Excellent, and that's the point. And now the other question: if if black is playing, if black has the king rook bishop against white king rook, if you will be attacking the opponent with normal play, without something like a drastic action, and playing it out, is it possible to win, or it is just a draw and it's impossible to win? I mean, in the practical aspect.
Well, it's possible, but if your opponent defends well, then you're not going to win.
Yes, and what is the chance that you can win? The 100 chance is
not much.
It's the opposite. And that's what I mean. It's the opposite. It's very big chance to win. Very big chance to win. That drawn endgame. That is the point.
For black? Sorry,
Yes,
for black.
black.
Totally.
Yes, for black.
To me,
bishop.
totally. This position
against king. No. I mean the final position. King bishop rook against king rook is very easy to win due to the lack of knowledge for the defending side. I do not mean international master, grandmaster, because mostly they know it, but I mean in the practical sense. It is very similar in the practical sense that if you are not at least, let's say 18 or 1700 ELO, you may not know how to checkmate with the king bishop knight in 1 minute. Make sense? Nikos and Pio? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Right? And that's why, Nikos, I am talking about that, not because I want to, let's say, insult you or anything like that, but rather to show you that the general idea would be for white to exchange all of the pawns, including sacrificing the bishop. Why? Because after we reach the king rook against king rook bishop, white has some theoretical chances at least to defend. Got it? Yes, I do not mean it's easy, but it's like the easiest way to defend the position beside the plan, because the plan of pushing the pawns and then trying to make a lot of counterplay would be one of the part of the bigger plan to get into the position king rook against king rook bishop, but even though black would be having higher chances. And then the practical aspect of having the let's say time on the clock, right? For example, you have 20 minutes on the clock, the opponent has 1 minute. Got it? And then it's a way easier for you to press the opponent and to force the error. Got it? The mistake that you will be winning because of the opponent not being able to win. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
And that's why I just showing you this one, not because of arguing, because this plan that you, let's say, found is brilliant, the simple ones. But if you cannot see that the opponent can try to exchange all of the pawns, including sacrificing the bishop, then you may not know what would be the defending resources. Got it?
Yes, but I think still, I think it's it wouldn't be so easy to win in the final position.
Yeah, of course. It may not be that
No,
easy because you do
yeah.
not have big advantage, right?
Sure.
Yes, also it's not going to be so easy to exchange all of those pawns.
No, I mean global plan, Nikos, global.
Yes,
I do
yes,
not mean
yes,
with 2, 3, or 5 moves.
okay,
I
but
mean
I
some
am
like
more
the
practical, okay? I'm not talking about all those ideas that at the end this is a draw. I'm playing this position, not 20 moves later that who knows what's gonna
Nikos,
happen.
remember, Nikos, I apologize. Remember what we are talking about dream position with the king c7, knight d7, knight c6, bishop d7. Remember?
Yeah.
If you do not generate the dream positions, of course, take notice you can call it different way, right? In a chess, it may be different, but general, probably everybody knows what is that. If you do not generate the hypothetical positions and the positions that will be dream for either of the sides, you will not improving your chess significantly. Yes, you are playing out chess. Yes, you are calculating, but you are not improving your chess significantly. Get it?
Yeah.
Of
I
course,
get
if
it.
you would like to argue that it's not the point because you are playing the position, you're playing out just 2-4 moves advance, no problem with that. But you will see at some point that it will not help you to, let's say, face a way stronger players or face the players in the way worse position for you. And take notice, I check this out. It's not about me to flex or to show the ego, but it's the stuff that is tested out, and this is recommended by the coaches, a way stronger than me. Okay? And please continue. I just wanted to show you that this is the idea. Pawn here, and the other idea with the king, bishop, rook against the king. You can continue.
So he played h4, and I didn't really know why he played h4. I mean, he of course wants to push those pawns, but not. I didn't really know what's the evaluation of this position. I thought it's probably winning, but yeah, I wasn't sure of anything pretty much here.
By the way, can I ask what is the threshold of winning? I mean, threshold with the engine evaluation, threshold. The minimal level when the position is winning, when you are checking out with the engine. What is that threshold?
Well, I think
For you.
I think it's around 3.
+3 or -3, right? Depending on the side, right?
Yes, of course, yes.
Okay, this position is not crossing 2. Okay, it's not crossing 2. Therefore, it's in the range of the defending side, defending zone. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's better for me, but it will be difficult to win.
Yes, I fully agree.
Yes. So he comes back the bishop, and here I had 2 plots. My first intuition told me I need to play like this and put the rook behind the pawns.
Yeah.
But then to my mind come an idea of f6, and to not allow these pawns to progress so easily. So if there ever comes the pawn to g5, I can just take it. So I was debating between those 2 moves, and I was like, okay, if I play this first, then maybe he will allow me to play this. I don't know. I just didn't know what is the difference between which move first to play, and apparently I picked the wrong one, which is f6.
And what was the reason?
I mean, okay. No, talk, Nikos. Sorry.
No, I already said.
Oh, okay, but
by the way, I am curious. What is the reason that you choose this one over the other? Just the reason for me, at least.
Yes, reason.
Well, because I was always afraid that these pawns are going to be quick, and I will not be able to catch them. And I didn't see that. For example, I play here, and he puts the rook here, and I need to somehow defend this. This pawn is coming.
Yeah. There's one drawback. Can you see the bishop?
Yeah.
Can you see the bishop can support the pawns?
Yes, it can, yeah.
What happens if the bishop disappears? There is no bishop. You have the pawn f7, the rook is on e1, but there is no bishop. What happens? Can white win this position?
No.
Can white draw this position?
No.
And that's why playing rook here, instead of playing the pawn, you are threatening, because I know what you are thinking in a general. You are afraid of this plan of pushing the pawns, but you probably unconsciously forgot about threatening with check and getting the rook here. And after the pawn move forward, but the bishop doesn't protect it, you can capture either way, here or there. And these pawns are not going anywhere, as you can block it. You see that? You activate the rook and threatening with check. That's the point.
Yes,
and for example,
of course. That
if you play here,
otherwise
and
I
the
wouldn't
opponent,
play it.
Yeah, but take notice. The opponent goes here, attacking your rook, and what happens then? You are bringing the rook to the corner. Do you see that? And now, is this rook better here or there? Compare it.
Of course here, but I still didn't see how can I win it so easily.
No, it's not about winning. It's about getting with the plan. If you are going with the plan is logical, you play the moves that makes a lot of sense. They do not need to be always the best, okay? They may be the best, but they doesn't need to be. At least they cannot lose by force, right? And now at this moment, look, if the opponent pushes the pawn, at this moment you can play f5, stopping the other pawn, threatening to capture, and that's it. If the opponent gets with the bishop, attacking your rook, at this moment it seems like this is very powerful, but you can go h3, stopping the pawn. If the opponent goes into the g4 square, at this moment, what can you do? You can just capture the pawn, as it is not protected by the pawn backwards. You see that?
Yeah.
And if the opponent says, no, I will just play the rook here b4, and then the bishop right here, take notice it doesn't help anyway. Okay?
Yeah.
Look closely, because it's the variation that may be a little bit confusing at first, but in a moment you can see how the pieces are working together. Look, at this moment the rook gets to h3, we are going rook g2, and now after that the pawn is going f5. Remember? You have the opening the bishop, you do not allow the pawn not to capture, because it would be just the exchange, and the other pawn would fall. Make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And that's why, if you understand the role of the pawn, the activation of the pieces, and having the pieces into the very active positions, I guess your game can improve.
Yeah, I have a question here, Nikush. I mean, so far I didn't talk too much about your decision, but here you have 59 minutes and you spent 3 minutes in this position, Nikush. Why you just didn't like spend the time calculating this? Okay, doesn't work. What am I going to play? And then you think about that. If you had two moves, and these two moves are very different, and sometimes you can skip the order of the moves, like you can play these, and then you can play that later. Why you don't spend that time? Because sometimes it happens with all of us. You see that, but you are so worried with that you don't see that you are capturing this with check. You just don't see it.
Dude, I saw that I'm attacking the bishop here. Otherwise, this plan it's not as strong because I get a tempo here. So I play here, and the thing is, I didn't want to play this because here, and I forgot that I can play here. I was only considering this and rook g1. So I attacked this pawn, and I was afraid with rook h2. But I forgot that I can play rook h1, and then I think I saw bishop here, and I might have stopped calculating here.
That's the problem. But you're playing one end game. You're playing one end game. You're playing one end game and have 59 minutes. 59 minutes is not 59 seconds. What is the rush? What is the rush?
I thought that if I play f6, it's not going to be that bad, but apparently it was. But well, I think I just was thinking this, and I just missed that I can play rook h1. I was too worried with this plan. Then, for example, going here, putting the rook here. I don't know. I was just worried.
Yeah, but still, it's okay. You're. But then if you play here, okay, if you play here right now, your rook is not better than here. Your rook should be better here, because the way that you attack or you defend a passer pawn is from behind. If your rook gets here first than his rook, it's okay. It's good for you. It's good for you. So I'm not teasing you. I'm not teasing you. I'm not teasing you because you didn't play it. I'm teasing you because you spent 3 minutes on this move and made the wrong move. I'm getting into that right now. Why are you playing this if it's clear that you could like play different and to get into a winning position? I mean, not winning, but keep
and one more point, if I can briefly. Okay, briefly,
sure.
Very briefly. Look, Nikas,
sure.
After this one, if the king gets there, rook gets here, and you're going rook here, the pawn needs to go 4 moves into the promotion. You're playing king here with the dark squares. Of course, if you cannot, you play g1 as well, and king here. And look about this. The other pawn cannot cross the line as you capture. And after even f6 or f5, you can even bring the bishop here and block it physically with the bishop. That's it. I do not want to, let's say, argue too much. Therefore, I'm just giving, let's say, the voice for our friend Pia. Just a little bit of detail.
Yes. I mean, I'm not bothered by that you didn't play the best move. I'm deeply bothered because you didn't spend enough time, because you see the move. If you didn't consider the move, I would say like, okay, there is a problem that he needs to work on. Tactics, works on concept of playing behind the pawn. I would be very, very worried about what you need to study. Instead of that, you didn't spend a lot of time. So what you need to work is on time, and I'm going to keep repeating that to you because at some point you need to get that, my friend. You need to spend your time into this type of critical position. If you have 2 moves to make, there's other concepts about critical positions, but you have 2 moves to think about. You need to calculate at least the one that you're hitting with the tempo. You need to spend time. You need to spend time, buddy. Even if you spend 10 minutes here and made f6, I would say, okay, you spent 10 minutes, you made the wrong move, but you spent time. I would be not upset with you, but I'm upset because you didn't spend time. Because it could be different if you spend time. Because this is not that hard for you to see. Not that hard for you to see. Totally possible. But you spent 3 minutes in the position.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah.
So we need to fix that. Okay, now it's up to you.
I know that you that you like science because you would like to refute the stuff as well. Therefore, I know you like science. What is the biggest difference between the amateurs and masters? It is one feature that distinguishes the most, one general feature, and it was tested out in the scientific conditions. What is the one feature? The biggest one or the most important one?
Is that amateurs don't get paid.
Yes, but it's not about money. That's correct, of course, absolutely. But it's not about money. It's a little bit about independent on everything, if I can say that.
Well, I don't know. There may be many factors, I think, that...
I mean, the most important. I know there are a lot of, but the most important.
Well, understanding is the most important.
It was proven in the scientific research. That's what I mean. It's not something like let's say I just figure it out on the fly, but rather it was let's say proven.
Yeah. So what is it?
And by the way, it is the factor that always is shown in Pio's approach. By the way, always. For Pio probably is figuring out now what's going on.
What? What?
What? Do you know what is that?
No, I don't know what they're talking about.
Masters, I mean general. I do not mean FIDE master in the machine, masters as general. Masters are very much into refutation of the idea. Amateurs are about confirmation of the idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why if you are playing against masters, they try to see if they can refute the idea. If they cannot, they play it out immediately. If they can refute it, they know so-called critical moves, critical ideas. They dig up so-called counting the variations, and that's why they are way better. It's not about paying money, of course. Just a little bit for you to foot for foot. Okay, continue, please.
So I played
Alright.
f6. He played g4 and allowed me to play rook e1
And
as I
one question.
wanted.
Sorry about it. Sorry, Nikos, just to interrupt. I forgot. Why didn't you play f5 to stop the pawn or exchange it at least? If you are afraid of two pawns, why didn't you play f5? Because I didn't ask it. Sorry about it. I forgot.
Well, I'm not really sure, but maybe because it was about this pawn being not so great, but I don't remember. I thought f6 or f5 doesn't really matter because either way I'm
It
stopping
matters
the
a lot.
pawn.
Oh my god,
all
it
of the
matters a
respect.
lot.
It matters.
It matters a lot.
After f5, if the opponent pushes the
Blocking
pawn,
d4,
you
yeah.
exchange it, and there is only one pawn to push that you probably are not afraid at all. Especially as you activate the bishop, block it or exchange it or do anything if you wish. Therefore, it's a huge difference. Even if it's just one move forward or backward, but for me, it's a huge difference. I'm not sure about Pia.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm going to point it out. Other thing that like it also makes f6 possible is like f6 can support e5 in a very simple way, and if you push f5, it's not so easy to push f5, e5.
No. I mean,
because maybe it's hanging. No, yeah, sure. No. I think it's different ideas, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I would like to expand a little bit. Okay, expand. Look, f5 is stopping g4 after the capture. There's only one pawn going to promotion. Besides that, after king here, we always have either here, or even if we didn't, we have rook check and then getting either here or there and activate it even here, everything, right? But even if we couldn't have it for whatever reason, right? We do not have here or there. We can always get with the king, right? And then going with the pawn and even trying to make the, let's say, checkmate net. Make sense? f5, king e5, sorry, king e5, king d6, and then the rook is protected, and you cannot capture the rook, right? That's my point.
Yeah,
Nikos,
also
do you agree with this?
Yes, I agree.
Something interesting also, when you play f5, it gets a little bit harder to play h5 because you don't have g4 more anymore.
Yes, that's g4 is stopped, and therefore you do not need to worry about two pawns going to promotion. That's what I meant. Because previously you said that I'm worrying about two pawns going to the promotion. I said, okay, but you will have the counterplay. But you have your point, yes, but I do not want to calculate that much. I'm not the engine. And now we have the opportunity to stop the pawn g4 for going forward, activate the bishop at the same time, getting the king d6, rook either e4 or rook e1. You have everything in one move. That's my point, Nikos.
Yeah, I think this is not the type of thing that you get on the board. You can get this kind of comprehension on the board, but it's much harder. This is the type of knowledge that you must like you need to study more end games to get familiarized with this type of idea. You can get on the board, but I think this is very hard to play the difference between f6 and f5. It's findable, but you need to.
But to me, it's a little bit logic. It's not about
no,
depth.
yeah, but
it's
you have more. You have more knowledge than us. Of course, it's logical for you.
I have more knowledge. Yes,
of course. This is
you caught me off the guard. Okay, I
have but this is not debatable. For you, it's logical. For example, if a GM look at that, he's going to say like, of course, f5 is logical. And for you, of course, because you have more knowledge, you're going to say f5 is more logical. For us, we need to spend more time. We need to analyze more. We need more knowledge. Of course.
The only thing I wouldn't play f5 would be if I could justify it that the pawns would be on the same color as the bishop. Then it's perfectly fine. But if I am worried about these two pawns, as Nikos just figured out the plan great way, because this was the plan, if I remember correctly, the pawns would be moving forward. Correct me, Nikos, if I'm wrong, right? If you just put it out this plan, then putting the pawn f5 is absolutely the only way to stop, I mean physically, right? To capture the pawns or exchange the pawns, and then only one pawn go to promotion. At the same time, you are improving the bishop over the h5 if needed. You are going with the king here, and then you can bring rook either here or there, and then the king would be going even farther in the next stages of the game. I'm so like the dream position. Please continue, Nikos, if you wish. You can comment, of course, if you wish as well.
Yeah, so he let me play rook e1, so I played it.
He just helped you. He just liked you.
Yeah. And I didn't know where to put this rook. I don't even remember why I chose to play this instead of this. I don't know. It just seemed more right, I guess. Not
Sorry,
really sure.
it would be what? I'm not sure if I understood. One more time.
It just seemed more right.
Oh, more right. Yes, and take notice the only reason I wouldn't put the rook here would be bishop here with trapping the rook. I mean, general idea. The only reason.
Yeah,
Other than that, take notice you have the rook. First of all, for the pawns that is away farther from your king, therefore the king may not be able to catch it. I mean, in general. And second of all, you are attacking the pawn immediately. This is the stuff that you were talking about. Remember? I am playing the practical position. Thinker, teacher, shut up. I'm not going to go into the dream position. Yes, you're right. Attacking immediately. No problem. And take notice, Nikas, that I am not refuting or insulting you just because I can.
Yeah, I know.
No,
Just
it's
because I want
okay.
to help you. Right?
Okay, he's okay. He's okay.
Okay,
It's okay.
therefore,
It's
rook
okay.
h1 perfect. You're attacking the pawn.
Yeah.
Go on, Nikas.
So he protected the pawn,
Mhm.
and now I come up with some with some bullshit.
Yes, you can play
Because-
bullshit as well. No problem.
Yeah, because I was thinking if I play f5, he takes, I exchange this one,
Mhm.
and I was okay, I'm a pawn up, and maybe I will win this position with this rook endgame with a pawn up, maybe. I mean, I know this is probably usually a draw if this happens.
Excellent.
But,
Good job.
But I was
Good
like,
job.
Great. Yeah,
come on, guys, this is like Tysion's elo.
1000 elo.
1000 elo, yeah, I'm already starting speaking Polish. 1000
Yes,
elo
Nikas
level.
is so pissed off that he goes into the position that he started saying in Polish. Oh my goodness.
He lost the ability to speak in English. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I am saying in the behalf of Pio, we do not apologize. We made you that much pissed off. We do not apologize.
Yeah, I mean, and I thought if he plays here, like this,
Uh-huh.
I am the only one who can win. Maybe he will blunder
Yes.
something. Otherwise, I
Yes.
didn't know what to do. I was thinking of this maybe to stop some, but this, then maybe he can put the
No. You
rook
do not.
here.
No. Nikas. Because I need to correct immediately. You do not help your opponent to get the rook behind the pawn, as Pio mentioned previously. Because this way, if you do not have this idea and they can stop it, you need to be able to either exchange the bishop for the pawn or lose the game. Look about
Exactly.
this.
That's why I
Can you
didn't
see
play.
the dark squares? Can you see the dark
Yes,
squares?
that's why I didn't play it. And
Yes.
and otherwise, well, I was considering e5 to try to push those moves. I don't know why I didn't do that. I thought this wins as well, so I played it, and it was stupid.
Risky business.
Yeah, a little bit.
Chesscom says that you are probably wrong.
Yeah, of course. And well, this was grinding.
Exactly. And well, this is the feeling. And well.
And again, I'll be the devil's advocate. Can I, Nikos?
Yeah,
Can
Of
I?
course.
Now, again, what would be the winning position in the sense of dreaming position with this drawn endgame? I know it's a drawn, you know it too, but what would be the attempt to win it with some kind of testing out or tricking the opponent? Of course, besides blundering the rook or beside blundering the checkmate, right? We exclude it. What would be the dream position?
for example, if my rook was here, his king
Yes.
was cut off.
Excellent.
Or for example, if I manage to put my rook here and his king is, I don't know. I think this is the only thing I can try. And
Okay,
try to
maybe
play
I'll just help you. I'll just help you because this is the stuff that probably you have never done before. That's why it may be difficult at first. After some point, when you start applying this and start winning, you'll come back to the channel and say, Thinker Teacher and Pio, you are great guys. I won against Candidate Master or FIDE Master. You'll come back and thank us, let's say, as much as you can. What would be the, let's say, simplest idea, simplest, beside blundering the rook and beside the checkmate, that you can win this position? Take notice, you have the right for your opponent to help you a little bit. Generate the concepts. They can be open, but you need to tell it. Go on.
If this pawn was gone, then I'm winning. But well,
okay, away easier. Okay, this is good one. Away easier. In a moment, I'll be discussing this. Away easier. Away easier.
Way easier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see
Some of
any
that may be
other way
obvious for
how
you.
I could win this.
Try to generate it, because such ideas can happen at some moment of the game. I do not mean at this game, but in general. Or
Well,
you can strive for that. Go on.
Well, I want to for sure cut off the king, but well,
Try the
I don't
easiest
think how-
idea. Even
What?
easier, because you are going a little bit difficult.
I don't know. I don't know
Easiest
what you mean.
idea.
I don't
Try
have
to-
any idea.
Therefore, try to generate it. Try to generate the idea that will give you the winning position without the need to calculate
exchanging the
anything.
rooks, but exchanging
That's
the
it.
rooks.
Ah, very good.
But he's not going to do that. No, but
Because-
listen, but he's not going to do that.
Nikos,
simple.
please do not argue. We were talking about it. Nikos,
Look,
do not waste time.
look.
Why would
Look.
Nikos,
No.
Even
waste
even
time.
if he's not going to do
Okay.
that, okay, you're going to talk, Nikos. Look. The same guy that made that very ridiculous king takes f3, you're going to say
Yes.
that this guy is not going to exchange rooks. You are giving too much
Come on,
credit
man.
to that same guy, man.
Dude, he was
Nikos, you are
playing-
not playing engines. Nikos, you are not
And
playing
to be
engines.
honest with you, this is an end game that you can play and not lose. You're not able to lose unless you hang a rook.
Yes. of
So you
course,
can
of
play this
course,
shit
but-
forever.
Guys,
Forever. You can
Of
sit there and
course,
enjoy.
But come on, guys. This is such okay. Maybe my level is trash, but they won't exchange rooks in such positions. Everybody knows that this is a
Nikos.
loss for white.
I don't
Yes,
know,
sorry,
man. I don't know, man.
You are
Even everyone.
no, Nikos. I need to let's say tell you the truth. You
This
are
is
either
wishful thinking. This is
no,
wishful
no,
thinking.
it's not.
Simple.
It's the opposite.
Yes,
No,
yes. No.
Nikos, wishful thinking would be to expect that the opponent resign or die. Resign
No.
or
This
die.
wishful thinking. Exchanging the rooks in this position is wishful thinking.
Nikos,
Simply.
did you analyze any games of higher level players? You have never seen the mistakes by strong players against other players? Never?
This is such a ridiculously bad move that it will not happen. Basically.
No.
Nikos, either you are
No.
absolutely fantastic player,
No,
either we
come
are
on,
idiots.
guys.
Sorry. Either
Come
you are
on.
idiots, either you are fantastic
no.
strong player.
No,
Because-
you're delusional. You're
Yes,
delusional.
maybe I am delusional.
Yes,
Maybe I am
we are.
delusional.
We are delusional.
Yes.
I agree. We
Yes,
are
we are
delusional.
delusional.
We're crazy. We're crazy.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, we are crazy and
Yes, you
delusional.
are.
But
You-
even though I'll
you
continue.
are.
Look, the first idea is to exchange the rooks. It's not the end of the story, Nikos. Listen closely. Do not get pissed off that quickly. First idea is exchange the rooks. Exchanging the rook means you are winning because you have the opportunity for the king to either exchange the pawn and get to the next one, but now exchanging the rooks is the first idea. What happens if we exchange the rook and exchange the pair of pawns? Is it still winning or etc.? Go on, Nikos.
It depends where the white king is.
The kings are the same positions as you have right now. As the exchange of the rooks and pawns happen, continue. Go on.
Well, then this is a win.
No, it's not.
Well, if they manage to put their king here, then
They
it
cannot.
is.
They cannot.
Sure.
Why will not be the stupid? You are delusional.
No, you are delusional for trying to exchange those rooks.
No,
I mean,
no, Nikos. Now you are just unfair. I told you that we have the exchange rook and the pair of pawns, not just the rooks.
No,
And
but
you say that
can I
if the
ask
king
one
will be
question?
here. Go on.
Why would I even think of this if this is never going to happen?
Nikos,
Simply.
it's not a game played by the engines. I told you hundreds of times. The game is played by the humans. You know what is
Yes.
the
but
future
he
of
is
the
mine,
human?
and he
Yes,
will not
I'm
exchange
going.
the
I'm
rooks
going
here.
to say a very simple. I'm going to say a very simple thing. Nikos, how many times did you see Magnus Carlsen play an endgame totally equal? The commentators saying they're equal. The bar saying they're equal, and he
Yes.
squeezes, and he wins.
And
How many times
Grandmaster
did you
is
see that?
collapsed. Grandmaster.
Yes.
And against Grandmaster, against guys that are pretty good, man.
And
Of
would you
course,
say,
but-
Nikos, that the Grandmaster was delusional due to losing the Tron endgame? Would you say Grandmaster in
No,
his face?
no, this is ridiculous example because you are thinking that my opponent is an idiot
It's
who is
not
going to
now.
give me a win
To
for
be
free.
honest with you,
Yes,
to be
it's
honest with you,
simple.
this is totally likable. Let me talk to you. Okay, let me try to give you
How can you know he's not an idiot? How can
like.
you know it?
Because he managed to got in this drawing position.
No,
Maybe that's why.
it's the
Oh my
position that is
god!
playable.
How do you
Because
know?
It's
it's not
playable,
king
but
versus king. It's a
How are you
playable
sure?
position.
How are you sure?
here.
Playable position, bro.
Do you ask him if he's an idiot? Are you an idiot, my
Yes. Did
friend?
you ask him? Did you have the
I would.
confirmation?
Did you make any
I
test?
would.
But for serious here, look at that. Look at that position. Why is
You
this?
guys are crazy.
Why is
You
this
guys are crazy.
possible? It is possible that he commits a mistake because you can squeeze him for 20, 30 moves here, man. You can
Yes, but
try.
you will never
I'm not.
explain
We are not saying what we are trying to make you understand here is like you can squeeze him forever and you cannot lose.
I know, and that's
You
what I
you
was
have
trying to
already
do.
a draw. You have already a draw here.
And that
Fight for
and
more.
that's what I was trying to do. You didn't
And
even see
one of the
next move.
ideas is to exchange rooks. That's what I'm saying. That's what they're saying. Oh, it's not going to happen.
Because-
You never know. We never know.
Because
We never know.
I will ask one question because probably Nikos forgets about it. Nikos, did I tell you that I am a chess coach?
Yes, and
Did I
so
tell
what?
you? I'm asking to confirm it. Did I tell you that I am a
Yeah.
chess coach?
Yes, I am aware of that. Yeah.
Okay, and now the other question. Do you think that me being as a chess coach is delusional?
Well,
Just answer.
this is delusional that you think he will
No.
exchange
Do you
rooks in
think
this
that
position.
I am teaching you the stuff that is completely rubbish? By teaching, I mean
This
discussing with you.
with rooks, yes. Other things, not really. But with rooks, this is totally rubbish.
Okay. Therefore, probably I will need to start teaching, getting lessons from you. I am super
Maybe,
serious.
yeah.
I'm super serious because you're so much better than me with
No, you
90%
guys
of
refuse-
ideas. Give
You
me a
guys
second.
refuse.
Give me a second. I will just finish. You are so much better with my ideas. I do not include Pia. With my ideas that I am just telling you they are important. You need to figure out. You need to focus and so on. And you are refuting them like let's say fresh apples. Probably I should start taking lessons from you.
No, because you
You are
guys
way
refute.
better than me.
No,
Sorry?
I never said that. You guys are trying to refute my every single variation because you
Because
guys
we want to
sit
help
here.
you.
What?
Because we want
My
to help you.
God, my
Because
Because we
friend.
want to help you.
How do you get
Can I
this
finish
from
my
your
sentence?
to your heart?
Right,
You
I'll
should
just
not
listen,
get
I'll
this
just
to your heart.
Nikos, we want to help you. We are players who devoted, I'm not sure about Pio, but at least to me, 30 years, probably Pio the same, 30 years to this game. We want to show you what you may not know, what you may not apply as yet to make you a chess beast. You know what is chess beast? Nikos, do you know what is chess beast? The player that will be indestructible in the practical terms. We will be absolutely proud of you if you start applying our ideas, apply them, for example, for 3 to 6 months, and getting back to the channel and tell us, Thinker Teacher, your ideas are rubbish. I tested them in 50 games and neither of them works. Pio, your ideas are rubbish. One of them is not rubbish. I tested in 100 games. One of them just applied and I won. And you would be super happy. Got it? And take notice, I'm teaching you, at least I'm helping you, maybe teaching is too much, I'm helping you to understand that the players are human. They are not engines. They cannot hold the same level for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 20, 30 hours of thinking, thinking intensely, thinking deeply, playing for the 30 hours of the game, having the problems with the wife, with the sister, losing the money, losing the, let's say, health insurance, let's say having the car crashed and so on. Got it? Therefore, it's something like you cannot pretend that the opponent will be playing perfectly in all of the positions all of the time. Of course, if I ask you about king and pawn on the edge of the board and the king is about the king getting in the corner and king at the pawn here, I'll just tell you, the only idea to lose it is the king going too far, the pawn is going forward. That's it. And I'll not be harassing you anymore. Got it? But at this moment, you need to take into account what happens in the case if you are exchanging the rooks, because there may be the blunder that the opponent will make, or the variation that you can calculate by force that the opposition can get into the pawn endgames, and you need to know if the pawn endgame is winning. At the same time, do not argue, just try to, let's say, get serious. After the rooks are exchanged, if the pawns are exchanged, I mean the pair of the pawns exchanged as well, because there may be such a variation, we need to know if this endgame is a 1 or not. And it's not that easy as you may think. At the same time, let's pretend the rooks are exchanged, but this pair of pawns are exchanged. Is it winning or not? And again, you may not know it. Again, if the rooks are here and these pawns are exchanged, is it winning or not? After that, if you understand the pawn endgames, you can bring the rook here or there. You can bring the rook here, you can bring the rook here, you can bring the rook here, and so on. And then you continue with the analysis that you have done already. Got it? And now I just show you what is the dream position when I teach my students. For example, at this moment, I would like to get the king right here, and having the king right here to have the pawns passed right here, capture, and cut off the king over this line. Over this line. This would be dream position for mine. The other dream position would be to have the king right here and either cutting off the king here, capturing the pawn, or forcing the king to get to the back rank. Got it? That's the idea. How I would like to continue. What about that, Nikas?
Yeah, makes sense.
Nobody wants to hurt you. Nobody wants to tell you that you are an idiot and so on. We are here to help you. I know your ideas, our ideas may not be that great as yours, but we are here to show you how we can perceive it. And with all of the respect, we are not 600 players. If we were 600 players, if you would tell me, Thinker Teacher, you are 600 player, I am 2200. Shut up and go away. I'll do it. And I'm not kidding. But with the respect, we are on at least the same level as you, at least. And therefore, if you do not listen our ideas, it means that your ideas are at least better. If they are better, just teach us. Just show us how it is done. That's it. And take notice, the game of chess is played by the humans. Humans are the error prone. They can make mistakes, sometimes such as stupid mistakes. If you would see my over-the-board games, 90 plus 30, some of the games, you will see how stupid mistakes or blunders I would do. You would immediately remove me from the friends list and make me ignore from the Twitch. You will just kick out me from the Twitch. I'm not kidding. And these mistakes were done after the third, second, or fourth game of play. Sometimes the nerves, sometimes the fatigue, sometimes the disturbance, sometimes the noise, and so on. There are hundreds of factors. Therefore, do not take it like the ideal, perfect game that will be playing against Stockfish and probably the Komodo or so on, because then it is the endgame table basis. And it's okay. Endgame table is a draw, but humans must play it out, unless you just say, okay, it's a draw, and the opponent accepts because he's a pawn down. And believe me, Nikos, I have played, because maybe it's not for you important, but I have to tell you, maybe this will be the argument that you will take into account. I have played about 250 games over the board classical, and I played about 800 games at Fix, free internet chess server, the games that are at least 30 minutes plus 15 seconds increment, at least 800 up to 1000. And I played in the league 10 years ago. I played in the league, some like the Liga that on the leeches, but I played on the 45 plus 45 seconds. I played for 7 years, and I played such games. I call it the over the board for with the online. I played about 240 online games, but with the over the board time control, the classical time control. Therefore, believe me, I know a lot about chess. Look about Pio. Whenever I am popping up the channel, he's greeting me very warmly, and at the same time says, Thinker Teacher is a great. Thinker Teacher says knows a lot. Do you know why? Because he knows me. He just watched my streams. He knows what I'm talking about. And that's why he's greeting me that much, let's say, kindly. Got it? And if I wouldn't be interested in helping you, I would do anything than joining the channel. Joining the discussion. I will be watching, of course, but I will be not, let's say, talking too much. I'll let's say, looking how we are going. But I am sharing right now with you all of my knowledge, all of my experience, and I will be a little bit rude, but it's important as well. You do not pay for that. Got it? Normally, you know that it is the paid service, right? If you have the coach. At this moment, you have two guys who are trying to help you. You do not need to pay for that. Of course, it's not necessary at this moment, and you do not appreciate it. It's a little bit less of, I would say, class. That's it, okay? And therefore, I don't want to, let's say, make you, let's say, different. If you would like to argue, it's up to you. But believe me, we want to show you what could be other ideas that you can implement over your game. Unless you'll be playing engines exclusively, you need to, what to say in Polish? Sorry, in English, you need to expect that your opponent at some point will make the mistake. Why? Because if your opponent do not make any mistakes in the game is drawn. There is no point playing the game if the opponent cannot make a mistake, right? And that's why your task is to make everything what is fair play. I mean fair play, not to disturb the opponent during the game in a non-chess way. You need to do everything what is in your power to make the opponent out of balance, right? In a sense of attacks, tricks, in the sense of ideas that will be stronger, the ideas that will be more deeper, and so on. That's the point. Got it? And that's why after exchanging the rooks, you need to know how to win it. If you know how to win it, great. After exchanging the rooks, you are asking what happens if you exchange the pair of pawns. If you know how to win it, great. By the way, it's the Capablanca endgame. Therefore, if you would like to study at some point, it's in the Capablanca endgame section. You can just Google it easily. And the most important, now, the conclusion. If you cannot exchange the rooks, because you can say, yes, you are delusional, they cannot exchange the rook. Okay, no problem. But how to make the improvement? If I would like to make the improvement, first of all, I would like to stay for the rook not to be harassed from that side. Second of all, I would like not to be harassed from the bottom, from behind, right? At the same time, I need to know what is better, exchange the pawn G from F or exchange the pawn F from H. Sorry, H for H, right? And this way, if you know what pawns to exchange, it would be a way easier to either press the opponent even further or to know if it is drawn endgame, because you always have this drawn endgame with perfect play. Got it? But the opponent may not know it. The opponent probably will be pretty much, let's say, tired of the game. Maybe he's thinking about, oh, it's a draw. I can play anything. It will be a draw. And this anything, after 5 or 6 moves, will be a blunder. That's it. And he will allow you to exchange rooks. You're winning. Got it? And now, after we exchange these pawns here, and the rooks are still on the board, is the winning chances higher or lower? Now the question for you. If you exchange the pair of pawns, the rooks are still on the board.
I would say it's lower.
Lower for whom?
For black, of course.
Lower chances. Why?
Well, because there's less pawns, and this one don't really matter, because he's just going to he's going to stop this pawn. This king is perfectly placed.
Which pawn doesn't matter? I'm not sure if I got it. One more time. Which pawn doesn't matter?
These pawns doesn't matter.
Okay, H pawn. Oh, it's okay. Mostly yes. It's not fully true, but mostly yes. At this moment, it doesn't matter. Maybe the other way. If you have the choice in one of the variations to exchange these two pawns, the pawn E4 for the pawn F6, or to exchange at some point G3 for F6, which one would you choose and why? If you will be forced to do it in order to make the progress.
Well, of course, I would rather exchange B6 for C3.
Okay, and now after B3 and C6, how would you continue? If you just exchange these pawns, how would you continue trying to make the game playing for a win?
Well, I would need to activate my king somehow, possibly trying to get close to this pawn, but this rook is always protecting, so I don't think I can achieve much there. So I don't know. I will need to probably play like this, trying to trick him somehow, because I don't even know if it's winning. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not winning. No, it's not winning. It's still a draw. But take notice, you can try to make more, let's say, pressure over the opponent. First of all, if you play here with the king, after the rook throws the check, you block with the pawn. Besides that, if the rook is not staying on the second rank for the opponent, you push the king backwards. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Mhm.
And that's why, if you know, because now I'll just show you the global idea. The global idea would be the following. If you have the pawn right here and h6, the rook is right there, and the threat of checkmate, you are winning. Got it? It is something like a failure defense or the 6th rank defense. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, of course.
6th rank defense or the failure. For example, if you just remove for a while, if the king and the pawn are right here, white has the rook over this, let's say, maybe the king is right here. Maybe one word. The king is right here, the king right here, the pawn right here, the rook is over the 5th rank, and now we are cutting right here, right? After the pawn move forward, we are going back with the rook and the position is drawn. Do you know this concept?
Yeah, that's simple, yeah.
Yeah, it is one of the simplest concepts in the rook endgames. And that's why if you know these concepts, you need to know that before exchanging too many pawns, you need to try to pressure the opponent, right? And now take notice. At this moment, of course, it's the idea pretty simple. To capture the pawn and exchange the rooks, pretty easy winning. But the other idea would be to pressure the opponent over the 6th rank, or, if possible, throw the opponent into the back rank, then probably it's winning. At the same time, what is the opponent ideas to make the game pretty easy, let's say, drawn? First of all, capture the h-pawn. Second of all, capture the h-pawn. If one of the pawns are captured, regardless which one, the, let's say, drawing ideas are super easy. Got it? Therefore, if you play this way, you are protecting the pawn, slowly improving here. After that, you can even go with the pawns right here. And if you wish to, you can try to capture right there. Can you see that? And for example, king f4, the pawn gets to h4, g4, you push the pawn g5, capture, capture, and now you have the position. Rook, king, the king f4, the pawn g5, and these pawns colored red are gone. Do you see that?
I see.
And that's it. And this is why I am telling you about it, because this way you can try to distinguish which ways to proceed and how to make the opponent to suffer the most in the chess sense. Got it? And that's it. Now please continue. By the way, you can, once in a while, you can say if you just make the progress, if the opponent made a mistake. This way we know what's going on.
Yeah, I think this is
better
this
and
is
so on.
great for me because I protect and I attack. So this rook is stuck on the 2nd rank. And yeah, I mean, at this point, I still thought this is a draw because I didn't know how to improve. I didn't know that I need to go like this. I didn't say that I might be able to win it afterwards. So, well, I was like, okay, this is an improvement that this rook stays here for sure. But I wasn't sure if it's. I still thought this is simply draw.
And now, if you say that this is simply a draw, how can you improve the position? If you have 3 to 4 moves in a row, you cannot capture anything and you cannot throw the checks. You can make few moves in a row to improve your position, but no captures and no checks.
Nice
By the way, it's one of the concepts. Sorry?
Nice exercise of thinking.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know, maybe here.
Yes, and continue a little bit further. Excellent. Yes, a little bit further. Yes, excellent. And you have the pawn that would be closer to promotion, and at the same time, the king would be squeezed. Take notice there is one more idea. The idea being to get the king over f4, the rook is protecting this pawn, the king is protecting this pawn. It's not easy to attack. And always look at the side lines. Because now, if you throw the rook here and push the pawn right here, you're attacking it twice. You can say, wait a second, if I push the rook over the h6 and the pawn g5, he's just captured the pawn. Yes, but you can capture h-pawn protecting it. Do you see that?
Yeah.
At the same time, if you go here and then you are going rook here, pawn right there, after the capture, the opponent is not going to capture any of your pawns. And this is another position that I told you, that if you know how to handle, you know it is the higher chances or lower chances to make the opponent, let's say, make mistake. Take notice, the rook endgames are one of the trickiest one of the trickiest, one of the endgames that has the biggest number of mistakes, including strong players, including masters, idiots, delusionals, and engines. Got it? All of the groups included. And now take notice. After you have the rook over the 6th rank, if you go the king here, what would be the way to win the pawn? Or exchange the rooks by force? Try to generate the idea.
Well, of course, I need to push b5, b4 to try to play for the
What
pin.
would be another idea? Yes, that's correct. Would be another idea. That's correct. One idea. You just nailed it. Excellent. What would be another idea? I'm deliberately making the position super simple, not to piss you off. Go on.
I can slide the rook in here.
You cannot slide the rook. You cannot slide the rook.
Why can't I?
Because I just gave you this condition. I'm your coach. I can be delusional, no problem with that.
No, but I'm going to drop a little bit of idea. As I think his rook.
Please do not drop it.
Okay.
No, please do not drop it. Give the chance to Nikos. Okay, I apologize, Pio.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Okay, because I know Nikos knows this pretty easily, but for some reason he may trick us that he doesn't see that.
No. I mean, I'm just talking about his idea of swinging the rook to this place. I'm just going to point out something. If his king is here and he swing his rook here, he can exchange the rooks, right? It's check and check.
That's the point.
I think
that's
just.
The point.
But he said that. But he was getting there.
Yes, very close. But I wanted him to discover the pin, right? Because it's something like that.
Players
okay. Sometimes are missing such a move because they think, oh, no, it's a check. It's not a check as the rook is pinning, and therefore, Nikos, can you see that? In f4.
Yes, I said d5. I said d5. Here's
but take notice that you didn't spot that immediately. Remember when we were talking about the tactics?
Well, because I didn't know where you put my king. I thought the king is staying here. That's why I didn't.
No, I told you. Nikos, please do not make the stuff bullshit. I told you. Rook h6, king f4, win the pawn.
It wasn't clear if the rook was here or if the rook was here.
I told you. Rook h6. Nikos, please stop. Rook h6, king f4, and I ask you win the pawn. I didn't ask you about all of the rook moves as you just highlighted. I told you no rook moves, and you should immediately spot the pawn e5. And you can say, no, pawn e5 is not winning the pawn. Why? Because after capture, you can say, yes, you are delusional, we exchange the rooks. Got it? Maybe I'll just show it. Look, we are going rook h6, king here. Of course, I'm just setting it up for the reason to show the audience, because audience is delighted that we are so delusional. And now you need to see if this position is winning or not. If you don't, you are just guessing. Of course, I do not mean you need to know everything, but you need to know if it's winning or drawing. Got it? And this is Capablanca endgame. And now we exchange the rook by force. That is said that we are delusional. There is no way they exchange the rooks. Yes, there are some ways. Some ways that the rooks can be exchanged. Sorry?
Because we forced it. This is completely another thing.
Nobody said it is forced or not forced. Nobody. We just said that if you do not take into account the possibility of exchanging the rooks, you are delusional. And you just say you are not delusional. Sorry?
Nothing.
Okay, and continue, please. Let's go. Sorry, it was the variation. Okay, now king d4. And it's a draw.
And a draw, yeah.
Huh? And now let's go a little bit earlier, because you just speed up very nicely. A little bit earlier, okay? Right, wait a second. It was rook. Okay, can you see that? King d4? Normally, it's a great move because it's the rules according to their principles. Get the king to the center. At this moment, if you have the pawns a little bit spread it over the board, try to get close to the pawns. Of course, it's not the general rule, but one of the easiest one. At the same time, look about this. If you play rook h6, you are threatened to win the pawn. if you said that this pawn would be winning, then it's the endgame winning, you're winning the endgame, right? Therefore, after getting here, you're threatening to win the pawn. After rook g6, you're capturing the pawn h7. And at the same time, if they do not want to exchange the pawns, they need to step back. After that, maybe I'll just show it. May I show it?
Yes, sure.
Here, 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 here. And now, if they do not do anything, we have e5. Therefore, let's pretend they step back. Now, sorry, it was capture. It was mouse click. Sorry about it. I'll just delete that. Now, after the capture, again, now we need to know if this position is winning or not. First of all, the rook cannot capture the pawn. Second of all, the rook is protecting the pawn. Third of all, rook is threatening to exchange the rooks. At the same time, the king is cut off over the 6th rank, what we mentioned earlier. At the same time, if the rook step back anything, then the check, we are winning the pawn. Of course, at this moment, after the check, we are attacking the rook. The rook needs to step back again, and then we can slowly improve the position. Either here, maybe bringing the rook the other way, and probably white is close to winning. White is close to losing in a practical manner. I mean practical. It's not that easy, of course. It's probably still drawing, but look about the rook. Can you see that? The rook has only one square over the 7th rank not to lose the pawn, and one check not to lose the pawn over h7. Make sense? And that's why at this moment, if I throw the check, we are going here. If I go right there, we can move the pawn forward. If I are just going here, we are moving the pawn forward. And now what's going on? If I go here, we capture. If I step back, we can go here. And again, this way, we can go the king h4. At the same time, h5, king h6, pawn here, capture, and threatening checkmate. I do not mean we can do it by force. I do not mean the opponent will always make the blunders, but I'm showing you what are the opportunities to make the opponent go wrong. Got it? And now, at the game, it was played, as you just mentioned, right here. And now let's see if there is something that we can improve the position even further. At this moment, it's a little
maybe
bit
b5
better.
was better. Maybe b5.
Yes, to slowly get the pawns, not to allow this pawn. Because if you allow this pawn, then the, let's say, opportunity for the pawns to make a breakthrough will be way more viable. And therefore, b5, maybe a6, maybe b5, maybe slowly improve even more and try to press the opponent. I do not mean it's winning, but take notice that I love rook endgames and I play hundreds of rook endgames, really thousands. Not over the board, but rather online. And even strong players sometimes make stupid blunders. Stupid. Of course, in the over-the-board game, longer time control, it's not that easy, but rook endgames are one of the easiest to go wrong. Okay, that's it from my part. If you have any questions, any comments, Pia and Nikos, let me know. I'm happy that I could help a little bit to look at this game.
No, it was a master class. I mean, I'm very happy to listen to your insights, Mr. Thinker. I don't know, Nikos.
Much delusional or not so? What do you think?
No, the thing about being delusional is like I mean, in my opinion, Nikos need to consider that your adversary is not going to. Of course, he's not going to hang his rook. We're not. When we talk about, if we talk like your adversary is going to hang a rook, then I think you can call us delusionals, because in this level, usually it's very, 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 very unlikely that your adversary is going to hang your rook. But if we are talking about exchange rooks, is totally different, right? Because your adversary can commit this mistake. Sorry, what did you say?
This guy plays relatively okay chess, and I think he would never exchange the rooks in this position.
Yeah, no. I mean, never. Okay, look at what look at my previous argument. How many end games did we watch? Magnus Carlsen squeezing. Okay, you're not Magnus Carlsen, but your adversaries are not like Anand, are not I don't know, Prague. Your adversaries are not like the peak of the peak at the peak. So they will commit mistakes much more than Carlsen's adversary. So our point is, why are you not to considering some ideas for you to win? We want you to open your mind. The intention of Thinker and my intention is not to bully you, to make you upset, to make you sad. Your game was okay. We are adding some ideas for you to improve. We don't want you to be upset. Do you understand that? The point is not to make you upset. The point is not to make you mad. The point is to put some ideas for you to think, for you to grow up as a player. Exactly like Thinker said, he could be doing other things. He could be not here, but he's here exposing his ideas. He is a brute man. Yes, Thinker is a brute man, but he's used to be a coach. And when you are a coach, you need to be firm. You need to be strong with your students.
Sorry, I am the coach.
Yes, you are a coach. So he's have this way to talk things. And understand something, Mr. Nikos. There was a candidate of president in Brazil in the years 80s something that he always talked like his brute, and sometimes he was screaming, and I watched one interview of him, and the guy was interviewing him. Why did you talk like you're screaming? Why do you talk like you are always mad? His answer was like, I am not mad. I'm sure about my opinion. This is totally different. So when Thinker is talking, he's talking sure about his opinion. So it looks like he's going to be mad. It looks like he's brute, but he's not brute. He's just sure. Do you understand that? He don't mean to offend you.
This is not a matter of the manner of speaking. I don't give a shit about that. The thing is, I just don't understand some concept that, for example, why would I wishful think that my opponent is going to give me a win out of nothing?
No.
To try.
Yes.
Will you let me talk?
Good. You need to try. Good. You need to try. You need to consider. You cannot like just give up on considering because of the level of your adversary. I mean,
yes,
you're
doesn't mean I need to
say it. Doesn't mean what? What?
I'm listening all the time, by the way.
What happened? Hello?
I can hear you, by the way.
Nikos?
Yeah,
Lucas,
I'm here.
are you with us?
Okay.
I'm here.
Say your argument.
Nothing.
No, because for example, okay? You play this move. You was considering this move at some point, right? Right?
I can play this.
You was considering this bishop here, right? Check and take the rook, right? Do you think this is more likely than happens than him to exchange the rooks in the endgame? So you try some other things on him that are much more silly than to exchange the rooks.
Is much more silly than blundering the skewer.
I disagree totally, but okay. But okay, you have the right to disagree here. You have the right to disagree. But the point is, as a coach, Mr. Thinker just wants you to give ideas, okay? He don't mean to hurt you. He don't mean to offend you. Don't be soft. Get the blows. Because as a coach, even if he's not official, I don't know. I don't think. I don't know if Thinker is your official coach. Even if he's not officially your coach.
Just briefly. If you are talking about officially, something like having the document that is, let's say, confirming that you are a coach. Yes, I'm officially the coach. I have the chess instructor course that I passed. And therefore, since now it's 2025. Since 2016, if I'm not mistaken, or 16 or 17, I am officially the chess coach. Not something like that I called myself, but I have the papers, so to speak, that are confirming that I am chess coach according to the Polish Chess Federation. Just to
Nice,
remind you.
nice. No, okay. I mean,
Yeah, I
we,
mean-
we don't opt to that. Say, Nikos.
You guys are misunderstanding me. It's not that I'm saying thinker skills are bad or something like that. I'm just saying that some ideas are I just don't understand why would I even consider them. As for example, the rook exchange. This I completely don't understand because either way, my opponent has something in his mind left. I think if he managed to get to this drawish position. So I think he would never even think of exchanging those rooks. And okay, I might try to win the position otherwise in some other factors, in some other ideas, but definitely not in this one. Because this is wishful thinking that, oh, he's gonna blunder this. Yes, I will for sure do that. And it's never gonna happen. Simply.
Well, you think it's never gonna happen, but maybe one day you just change your mind about that because your adversary is not perfect. Like we already discussed it. Your adversary must be an idiot. Would be an idiot, and you don't know. You never know when he's
Well,
going to blunder. You never
managed-
know, man.
He managed to get to this position, so I respect him at least a little bit to think that he will
Of
not
course.
Never
exchange those rooks.
respect the opponent.
Of
The
course,
biggest
no.
blunder. Never
You
respect the
can.
opponent.
I think you respect the person, but you respect the
Just-
person, the person that is sitting in front of you. You respect him, but
Yeah, but chess-wise,
but-
never respect the opponent.
you
Always
I mean,
assume that he will not be able to withstand your attack. Your
okay,
ideas. Sorry.
I think this makes a lot of sense. It doesn't matter because, to be honest with you, I would never win the games I win if I think my adversary is going to play perfect. I mean, I play against International Master, I play against FIDE Master, against National Master. If I respect all of them, I don't win. I just
Yes.
don't win. I respect the
By
person,
the way,
but the
what is
player,
point of
I
playing
need.
chess if we do not assume the opponent at some point crumbles? What is the point of playing?
Exactly.
I don't see the point.
Exactly.
If you know the opponent never blunders, never made mistakes, you know chess is let's say a drawn game, what is the point of playing the game? Right?
Because also
Well,
you
if
blunders.
everybody plays
Also you
perfectly,
blunders.
There is no point. There is no sense, at least to me.
And again, we are not having this conversation to make you upset. Okay? But this is an advice for you to get better, to get stronger, to fight more. Imagine, I'm going to bring the Magnus Carlsen example till I am tired or till you refute me. Magnus Carlsen. So he just disrespects his opponents all the time because he keep playing that end games that are a draw all the time. But they are hard to draw. So he keeps squeezing, he keeps shuffling, he keeps trying to find some ideas. So we should do the same. We need to do the same, man. If it's king versus king,
I did the
whatever. What?
I did the same. I was trying to win it.
Okay,
Ma-
great. But
maybe
we want you
it's
to
just
have
me
this
not being
mentality
able
since the
to-
beginning. Repeat.
It's just me not being able to find a winning move. That's the thing. But to
Great.
consider
Amazing.
even such things that he will give me a win by exchanging the rooks, to me that doesn't make any sense. That's just like wasting my thinking, like 100%. Like,
Okay.
why would I even think of it? This will never
But-
happen.
But this is to me, without respect that I have for you, my friend, this is for me a wrong line of thinking, wrong mindset to
To
play
me as
chess.
well. Completely wrong.
Okay,
Completely
okay,
wrong.
because
I
your
apologize.
adversary is going to commit a blunder. Your adversary is going to play bad.
No,
This is
wishful
going to
thinking.
happen.
No, you need
100%.
to assume that he will play the best move. You can be like, oh, he's for sure gonna blunder. 100% he's gonna blunder. You can't do that.
Maybe I'll explain it because there is some misconceptions that are a little bit difficult to spot. First of all,
Yeah,
in a chess sense, yes, you are assuming that the opponent is going to play the best moves in a theoretical sense. theoretical. But in a practical sense, at the same time, you're assuming that your opponent, over your amazing ideas, over the pressure, over the circumstances that you will throw at him, at some point is going to make the mistake. If the opponent is never going the mistake, all of the time playing the best move, he's either the engine, either Magnus Carlsen, either you're playing checkers, not chess. What about that?
Yes, but we can't go absurd here, and we can't even think that our opponent is so stupid that he will exchange rook in such position when we have such.
It's
pawns.
not
And what
about
happens if this
it's not about being stupid. It's not about being stupid. It's about you squeezing and
Yes.
making him make bad moves because you pressure him. He's not
Yes,
going
and
he's
I-
not
and I
he's
try
not
to
going to
pressure
play
him.
like that, Nikos. He's not going to play like this. Is not the point. This is like
And
you
this is
make
the
a
line of
better
you guys
better
think.
mo-
You think no, you guys think he's going to give me a win and exchange the rooks. This doesn't
No,
make any
no,
sense.
no,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no.
yes,
Nikos,
yes,
We
yes.
we
do not
think
it will give you.
no,
Guys,
You'll
no,
give to
not
the
like
win.
that,
No.
man.
We strongly believe that you will be pressing him, and at some point he will not recognize all of the threats. That's the point.
Yes,
Not
yes.
time and just
No, guys.
tell you
So-
good game that you will be pressing him so hard that even Thinker Teacher is not going to withstand your ideas. That's the point.
Yes, so I was pressuring him, and surprisingly, he didn't exchange those rooks. How
Because you
surprisingly?
didn't press him. You didn't press him the way that you should up till the end.
Sorry, guys, that I'm not as good as you, and I don't see
So-
everything.
Yeah.
This
No
is
problem.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
problem,
yeah,
Nikos.
yeah,
Nikos,
yeah.
We are not
That's-
that great as you may think, first of all. And second of all, if you'll be learning more, you'll be even better than us combined.
Indeed.
At least I believe. At least I believe.
Indeed. Indeed. I already say that. I already say that you have a talent that I never had. I already say that. I don't know how many times I say that. But I mean, it's not when we say, I mean, don't get this to your heart. Don't get this conversation to your heart. Get this to your brain as a chess player. Get this conversation today in a mature way. Okay? Because when we criticize him about using bad your time or getting into a posture that you're going to get into an end game, a rook end game, and think like, oh, well, he's not going to exchange rooks. Maybe he's going, because watching this end game, to be honest, I don't see, my friend, you putting any type of idea to try to exchange the rooks. I
Well,
didn't
pressure was
even see
pretty
you
low, I would
trying.
say.
I didn't even
Yes,
see you
I-
trying.
The idea
I
is
would
to
like
lose
I would like to see you trying and failing, and then I say, okay, you try. All right.
And
I agree that
happens.
I would like to see at this end game that you are throwing the most dangerous ideas for the opponent. If they draw, perfect, absolutely fantastic. But you throwing the most powerful ideas. That's the point. They do not need to be perfect in the sense of evaluation, but they should be the most difficult for the opponent to withstand the next 60 moves. 60,
Okay,
not
okay.
15. That's the point.
Yes,
And
but
if you would do
I,
it, I would be super proud. I wouldn't say anything. I would just ask you, how did you do it? How did you make such a fantastic pressure over their opponent? How did you know the ideas? This would be my point, Nikos.
I agree that I didn't put him in the pressure that was enough, but this is just of my skills and my understanding of chess. I just wasn't able to understand that if I put my king here, it's better than to put my king here, and that's simple. This is just my understanding of chess and not being able to find it. It's not about
Okay, that's
pressuring
perfectly
him or
fine.
not.
But do you believe that if you throw more dangerous ideas, if you generate the ideas that may not be known for the opponent, too easy to defend, that you have the higher chances of winning? Do you believe it, or
Yes,
it's a bullshit?
Yes, of course, but I don't know those ideas too. So
No. I do not mean now. I mean general, not now, not
yes,
in the
of
game.
course,
Now,
of course.
do you
If I am
believe it?
aware, if I am aware of such ideas, then of course I am making troubles for my opponent. He needs to solve it. But
Okay, therefore we are on the same track.
Yes,
expanding
great,
this idea.
great,
Yes,
great,
Yes,
amazing.
we are on the same
We
track.
are
are
exactly
expanding
we're
Yes.
Just a lack of communication, but we think like
we are
the same
expanding
here.
the ideas, Nikos, that if you are pressuring your opponent, let's say the best way possible, not in the game, but generally, the opponent at some point have higher chances of crumble, of collapsing. Get it? And this collapsing, we just make maybe a little bit to simplify into what happens if I exchange the rooks. And you say, no, we are delusional. We are delusional in the sense that if you make the ideas the most dangerous to the opponent, the chances for exchanging the rooks, the chances of exchanging the wrong pawns, and let's say releasing the important strategical square gets a way higher. And this is our delusion, if I can say that. Do you agree on that, Pia?
I agree.
Because
Also, Mr. I need to say something, Mr. Nikush. I think it's very disrespectful for you to just say this idea is delusional for me and for a thinker. You should not say something like that, my friend. You can disagree.
No, let me
You can say
explain,
it's
let me
hard to
explain.
understand. You can say like, how is this possible? It's hard to understand. All these words you can use, but delusional is very
No,
disrespectful.
let me explain.
Okay.
My line of thinking is, if I can exchange those rooks by force, then of course this idea is great. I agree with you guys. But you said it at first that, oh, if he exchanges the rooks, this is winning. But he will never exchange these rooks, and this is the thing that you are guys delusional, thinking
But
he
the
will
first
for his own will do it.
we get into this idea because thinker ask what are the right plans for you here, what is the right posture for you here, and then you get some time and get into the idea of exchanging rooks, and then you'd say it was delusional. So what is the idea? The idea exchange rooks. That doesn't mean you're going to get there, but at least you need to have this idea, because it's the idea that's is going to guide your moves.
Well, I might have the idea, but if I'm not being able to implement it, then idea is pointless.
How can you know it?
I disagree.
How can you know it? Just how can you know it?
Unless I exchange the rook by force, okay, then this idea is perfect. But
and that's what we are talking about. There is one chance or some chance to make it. We didn't say, now you're free movers line, you exchange the rooks and you're winning. We never said that, Nikos.
No,
we never said that now this is the first line that you are exchanging the rooks and winning. Never said that. Never.
You said if he will, for his own will,
if he would,
those rooks.
No. Exactly. If
the conditions, not the reality,
yes,
conditions.
What we say, like, what if you could do something that could make this end game winning, and then you think a little bit, you talk about exchanging these pawns, or like, okay, makes sense, and then you say like, exchange the rooks, okay, perfect. So if you achieve that, it's not forcing. None of us said it was forcing. None of us.
Yes, nobody said that it's the forcing line, and you can apply it immediately, and you are blind, stupid, or delusional. Nobody of us said that. We just mentioned that this is the opportunity that you need to take into account, because at some point it may happen. It doesn't need to happen. It is not a forced line. It is not obligatory, but it may happen. Why? Because you are playing against the human opponent. If this would be the engine on the highest level, if this would be that endgame table basis, some like the robot that will be just replaying the moves, you will never win. And then, if you would say, if you will be playing against the engine on the highest level with the access to the endgame table basis, you are winning, then we are absolutely delusional. I take full responsibility for saying that. If we would say that the engine on the highest level with the access to the endgame table basis, and this could be the winning position, then absolutely right. But saying that we are delusional, I wouldn't say more, let's say, harder, but it's at least the lack of respect, Nikos.
Yes, I mean, this was respectful. No,
It is my
okay,
feeling.
okay. I mean, I think you don't had any intention
didn't
to
mean it,
offend. Yes, you didn't had any intention to intend, but this is a little bit like,
Crossing the line, so to speak.
yeah, yeah. I
Right.
mean, we are friends.
a little
We
bit
like
over the
you.
line.
We want you to improve. Dude, do you think I would open a live stream? Tinker Teacher will be here for 4 hours and 47 minutes to just bully you. We can do this any other time. We don't need to go
Yes.
into a stream, go into a call and do
Full on.
this and to bully you. This is not the intention.
We do
This
not
is
need to
not
have
the.
the analysis of the game to bully you, Nikos. You know
No,
it?
this is not.
We
Of
do not
course
need to have your
not,
games analyzed to
man.
bully you.
Of
There is no
course
point.
not, man. Of course not. You cannot get this to your heart. You cannot think like that. You cannot think like that we want to offend you. Please don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because
And
when
one more
when you
important-
said it was delusional, I think you're saying this with your heart. I don't think you're saying this with your brain. That's why I'm saying that. It thinks
I
like you're
agree with that.
doing this to offend. Okay?
Yes, probably.
That's
was
why
not
I'm
the
saying
intention. And one more important thing, Nikos, because probably you may not have that much experience as we have, and the experience is a crucial factor. Do you know what is one of the reasons that the players are not reaching via optimal performance? By optimal performance, I mean they do not reach the highest level of play, taking into account the limitations. Do you know what is one of the critical or key reason for that? Of course, there are no only reason on only, let's say, feature, but something like it is one of the key
Psychology.
ones. And I tested this out on many of my students. Sorry?
Psychology.
Nope. Psychology it's a little bit too broad, by the way. I mean, some like a little bit more specific. Psychology is pretty overall, I would say, pretty general. There's one feature of the players that make them either absolutely fantastically strong, but it's not that common, or they are pretty quickly reaching the plateau. The plateau. It's not the maximum, but the plateau. What is one of the feature of the men in general of the men? It could be for anything, by the way, not just chess, but in chess it's the easiest. I mean, the easiest to discuss at the same time. What could it be? Do you know it?
I don't know.
Being stubborn. And
I
not
was
listening
about to say
others.
overconfidence. I was about to say overconfidence.
Overconfidence at the same time, yes, but it's not always
Yeah.
the same. But being stubborn,
Stubborn,
not
stubborn.
listening anybody,
agree.
not listening
I agree.
anybody. It's one
I
of the
agree.
easiest way not to get too far. And I will just let you know, because I had one student. Why now I will share it without, let's say, sharing any data besides the general, let's say, description. I had the student 5 years ago. He started, let's say, having classes with me that when he was 1350, I mean lichess, 1350 lichess, it was the rapid, and we were working for 1 year and 8 months, for 20 months, right? And he got up to 1840, so like 1830, 1840, after 20 months of learning. And do you know why that low? To Nikos.
I don't know. Maybe he's just bad at the game.
No, he was very good. He was very bright, by the way, because he was pretty good at the mathematics, let's say, competitions and so on. Therefore, he was pretty bright.
Yeah, but I don't
pretty bright.
don't think it has any correlation. Being honest.
There is correlation. If
No,
somebody
there
can
isn't.
work, I do not mean the, let's say, 100% correlation, but if somebody can work hard, if somebody use logic, if somebody is persevered, there is a high correlation to get successful at chess. There is. I do not mean it's automatic, but there is a big correlation. And guess what? Why he didn't, let's say, get, let's say, at least to 2100? He could. Why he didn't?
There could be many factors that I'm
the
not sure.
biggest factor. I know there will be many, but the biggest factor. What was the biggest factor? The most important ones that he barely broke 1800. Barely. But he could break 2100. What I promised him, but he didn't make it. Why? And it was the real
Because he
example,
didn't
by the way.
listen.
It's not theory. Sorry?
Because he didn't listen.
Very close. he not just didn't listen, he was arguing with me all the time after a year of collaboration. He was arguing all the time that I do not know what's going on, the engine showed different lines, the engine showed different evaluation, that this endgame doesn't make sense, this checkmate is not relevant to the position. I do not want to insult you, but that he behaved exactly the same way as you did today. I'm not kidding. And he barely broke 1840. Barely. Why? Because he was more clever than me, even though I knew better, I know better, and I was more qualified to teach him than he would be qualified to teach me. I was more than him qualified. And he all the time started arguing. All the time. No matter if it was the end game, it was the opening, it was the tactics, it was the calculation, it was the strategy, and so on. All the time he was only waiting. It was a little bit, let's say, ridiculous, but of course sometimes it is with the students as well. He was some kind of waiting for the moment to start to strike, but strike in the sense of arguing that didn't help anybody, neither him nor me. And that's why he barely broke 1840. Barely. But he could go to 2100 after 2 years of work, from 1350 up to 2100. It was possible. If he worked a little bit, let's say, more with my directions, he would reach about 2100. And that's why it's for you to think it over. I don't want to, let's say, raise you because I'm not your parent, but at least I can share my experience with you. Maybe you can think it over and draw conclusions. If you don't, it's okay as well. At least I tried, at least I shared my opinion and experience. It's not the stuff that I make it up. It's the stuff that I did with my student. Actually, he did it.
Yeah, I
Any
get
questions?
it. But well,
Go on.
I don't have such problems since I train myself. So well, I would
Excellent.
at least I will argue with myself.
Okay, if you are arguing with yourself, excellent. Therefore, we are keeping fingers crossed.
That's good. Are we all good? Are we all good, Nikos?
Any questions, Nikos? Any comments to us? To
Are
the
you
quality
okay?
of the comments, of
Are we
ideas,
good?
of the concepts that you would like to point out beside that we already mentioned?
Yeah,
Did you
it's
learn
alright. I'm
something
going.
maybe? Go on.
No, I think I'll go to sleep because I have to wake up at 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We all need to. Yeah, we all. Nikos need to rest. And
Rest, recharge the energy, and do your best.
Yeah. Do your best tomorrow, Mr. Nikos. We can talk tomorrow, my friend. Have a great sleep night. Okay, and don't get mad with us. We only want your best. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to the channel.
Okay. All right. So. All right. Sure. All right, my friends. So I'm going to call it a day. Because this was already a much longer stream than I expect to be. But I would like to thank Mr. Nikos and Mr. Thinker for the moment. It was a great stream, very fun, very entertaining. We learn a lot. I mean, I learn a lot. Let's see who is streaming the chess. There's no people that I know. Priming. Okay. Wrong. What? Eu analiso amanhã, Eu preciso descansar. Me dá uma... me dá um tempinho. Guys, I would like to thank you for being here with me. I would like to thanks for the opportunity. The day was amazing. Can translate the last few sentences of Resnick. He just asked to wait. He just asked me to wait a little bit because he have a game to show that he would like me to analyze, but I'm very tired, so I'm going to call it a day. And I talk with you guys tomorrow. It was a pretty fun stream. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here with me. I love you all, and I see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.